Takže môžeme začať, áno. Všetko sú hotové. Kvôli zápchy budú niekto meškať. Už nám oznámili. Takže začíname. Vypnúť telefóny, prosím. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you to our extremely important symposium, the title of which carries hope, energy, sovereignty of New Europe. We organized the symposium under the patronage of and in collaboration with Mr. Milan Uhrik, member of the European Parliament and the leader of the Republic movement. I would like to ask Mr. Uhrik to open the symposium and present his views of the current energy situation in Europe as a whole. Please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I also would like to welcome you here on this very important conference and a very important meeting, which is focused on energy policy or generally on the energy sustainability of Europe, which is a very important topic, which is the most pressuring issue right now, as we see that it has a lot of consequences. There is a panel discussion going on. We are right now in the first panel. New Europe developing the European energy sector, which is focused kind of on the future. It means to discuss how the future of European energy should look like in comparison to the past. I would like to also excuse Mr. Milan Mazurek because he is not able to attend this conference. So I will make a presentation also on his behalf, because what we say here in our political stance and our expert analysis is also valid for the whole political party Republika, which we represent, and also for our political group, Europe of Sovereign Nations in European Parliament. So these are our not only expert but also political stance. So if you allow me, I will start with the presentation, which is probably also already ready. So I would like to talk about critical analysis of European energy policy. Critical analysis because the current state of energy sector, or generally the energy policy in European Union, is very bad and it's destroying Europe. So first of all, just a second. Let us remind what are the energy policy objectives of European Union. The most important policies which are governed and which the European Union is focused on is to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, then energy security, competitiveness, also affordable energy prices, which is quite funny when we see the prices of energy in Europe, and to achieve technological independence, which is also a little bit controversial given the policies European Union is preserving. What are the main weaknesses? The real issues are that the prices of energy in European Union are really rising. We have highest prices for electrical energy in the whole world, or generally for the energy at all. And these prices are causing increasing costs for industry. And believe me that representatives of the biggest European companies are really having difficult times right now because of these high energy prices. Then there is a problem with renewable energies, which are being pushed by European Commission. And all of you probably know that the biggest problem of renewable energies is that they are weather dependent. It means when there is a sunny weather or windy weather, they are working, but unless there is cloudy or night, they are not working. And also the problem with renewable energies is that you need advanced battery technology, or generally solar panel technology, which is not being produced in European Union or in very, very low amounts. Then there is a strategic vulnerability. I would focus on the very bottom point there, the dependence on China in solar panels, batteries, rare earth materials, components. This dependence on China is not a problem from political point of view for us. We would like to do business and deals, great trade deals with China. But the problem is that it's a risky dependency. Why? Because if there is a war somewhere right now, for example, in Iran or in Gaza or in other countries, Ukraine, then the global supply chain could be cut very quickly. This is what happened recently also after the war in Iran, that the global chain was cut and suddenly we are not able to import many goods from the East. This is the problem of dependency. It's not a political problem with China for us, but the problem of like transport routes which could be cut very easily, and then there is a real problem. Another, these weaknesses are of course having social and political consequences. Metallurgy, chemical, automotive sectors, they are not able to compete with United States companies or companies in China or in India because of energy prices, because of salaries, because of wages, and this causes already relocation of production outside the European Union. Right now we have had discussions in European Parliament that companies are not coming to European Union anymore, they are leaving European Union. Simply they are leaving because elsewhere in the United States, in Asian countries, they have a better environment, better policies, better energy prices, lower salaries and so on. This problem, this impact on industry and the industrialization of European Union is causing of course political troubles, political polarization, conflict between targets and industrial priorities. On one side we have climate targets, climate goals, on the other side we have industrial priorities, and also it is causing political tensions among various member states. The geopolitical dimensions, I don't need to talk much about it right now, probably you all followed it. The problem with geopolitical dimension is with the supply chains, as I mentioned before, that, for example, the war in Ukraine revealed the strategic risk of energy dependence on Russian Federation. It's not a problem of Russian Federation itself. It's a problem that, for example, the president of Ukraine decides to cut the pipeline or to stop the pipeline or to cancel some kind of agreement, and suddenly we are not able to import gas or oil from Russia anymore. So this is a problem. You don't need to have a problem with your partner on the other side, but sometimes you have problems with those who are transferring or transporting these goods. So we are facing strategic dilemmas in the European Union, and most important question is a geopolitical dilemma, which is in very right column. We are still discussing about sanctions against Russia versus European competitiveness. We are also having dilemmas with renewable energy sources because they cause grid instability. A lot of blackouts running around the European countries. The biggest blackout was in Spain. Everybody knows that it was caused by renewable energy sources, which were too much included in electrical grid. Then we have economic dilemma between climate neutrality and affordable energy. On the other slide, you can see that the renewable energy sources are really growing in European Union, which is kind of good and kind of bad. Good in a way that if these renewable energy sources are used rationally, they could be a help. On the other side, when they are used too much, they cause grid instability, blackouts, as I mentioned, and also of course higher prices for consumers. And also there is environmental aspect, because if you put too many solar panels, for example, on green fields or on some hills, then they are destroying the nature as well, of course. So we are in favor of renewable energy, but in a rational way, not like blindly push renewable energies everywhere. Here you can see it's a graph about the development of energy consumption in the world over time. So you see that we don't need to spend time reading the figures, but the trend is obvious. The world is needing much and much more energy, and in the future, when the data centers will be built, they will need much more energy. Then you have the paradox of Russian energy. This is, of course, a political issue as well. After reductions of the imports from Russia, the imports declined dramatically. This is correct. On the other hand, let's be very honest. European Union countries are, I will use the word smuggling Russian gas through Caucasus, through Turkey, etc., through other ways, and also they are importing increasing amount of LNG imports. So I dare to say that these sanctions against Russian energy are not working, and they are only making energy sources much more expensive and much more difficult to buy. But at the end, we are still using in Europe a lot of Russian energy, and I'm convinced that in the future the sanctions will have to be cancelled, and we will have to re-establish free trade with Russia just to be able to buy the energy sources. This is the most rational way for the future. This is only kind of result of very unwise policy of European Union, that the most visible result of sanctions and Green Deal, of course, together, because sanctions and Green Deals are going together, is that we see that in Europe we have the highest energy prices, 2 times higher than United States in average generally, and 50% more expensive energy sources than in China. But some statistics say that in Europe we have much more expensive than in China. If you have a good agreement and good supplier, you can have a lot of cheaper energy. As a result, of course, nuclear energy is coming back, which is good. We are in favor of nuclear energy. It's clean energy, and for us a very stable energy source. You know that nuclear energy has been blocked by green politicians around Europe, especially in Germany, Austria, Belgium, and so on, in these Western countries. Now they cry that they don't have enough energy to run their industry, so they are importing energy from France and so on, from nuclear power plants. And the European Union is coming back generally to nuclear energy. It has been claimed as a clean source of energy again, because they realize that without nuclear energy, simply European industry won't be competitive enough in comparison to the rest of the world. Regarding the dependence or growing dependence on China, the fact is that China has the biggest production of solar panels, batteries, and they have the biggest supplies of critical materials and earth metals, which is needed for industry. So it is, I think, in interest of European Union and Slovak Republic as well to make a good trade deals with China, because we will not be able to change these statistics or these preferences in a short term. No way, because we don't have critical materials which are used in batteries, for example, in Europe. So it is our interest to keep good relations with China as well, and not to fight with sanctions and start some kind of economic wars. So trends towards 2030 will be as follows. battery and storage cost will be an issue. Nuclear energy, this will be a topic, of course, and the global competitiveness is one of the biggest European topics right now. Then there is a Green Deal. I don't think there is much need to talk about. It's a typical top-down project. So bureaucrats in the European Union decided to create a Green Deal, and they are pushing it everywhere. And you know that Green Deal is politically favoring renewable energy sources over other energy sources. So it makes energy prices deliberately higher, politically higher. I dare to say that generally this carbon neutrality illusion is an illusion right now. Europe will not be able to change the global climate itself, but we will be undergoing the industrialization if we will not change our priorities. I'm convinced that perhaps in 100 or 500 years there could be an industry which is carbon neutral, like really clean in the future, very future. But right now, in next decades, it's impossible to achieve. And pushing this goal too much will simply lead that industry will leave Europe, and we will be like a development continent again. Last thing I would like to talk about is emission trading system, a crazy system, which is deliberately increasing carbon prices. Prices not only of energy, but nowadays also of all imported goods from Eastern countries. We have a carbon fee at our European borders, which the companies which are importing goods to European Union have to pay. So this is also one political decision, very bad political decision, which is deliberately increasing energy prices. And then European leaders are crying that what has happened and why our economies and industries are not competitive anymore. Just a quick picture. Here you can see the evolution of global revenues from emission allowances. I would like to point to the graph on the right side. This is the whole world statistic. You see that a lot of billions of dollars have been earned by these emission allowances. The most important thing to realize is that these billions of dollars, which are being taken by these emission allowances, are billions of dollars or euros, which are we are paying this money in prices of electrical energy. These are not like money which came from nowhere. These are money which we are paying to governments in prices of our energy. So finally, the lessons learned from the energy crisis, ongoing energy crisis, are that the biggest mistake is that European Union is restricting trade partners. This is a strategic error because fewer trade partners means that we have higher dependency and vulnerability. Right now, the European Union have cut or is trying to cut the imports from Russia, but they are increasing dependency on United States, which is not a very stable partner right now, to be very honest. And as a politician, I wouldn't count on stability of United States, because it's very possible then that in the very future some American president can come and say that, okay, if you are not doing this and this, if you are not going to help us in some war, we will cut your energy supply. I can imagine that very, very realistically. So what are the solutions? Our political solutions are complete cancellation of energetic sanctions, mainly against Russia, because these are the biggest ones. Then restoration of free trade and competition, and of course cancellation of Green Deal utopia. So thank you very much. These are our political stands, and political stands which are backed by numbers, backed by facts, and the solutions which are needed to be done in order to correct the wrong course of European Union energy policy. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayq. It was great. Really, your idea we must discuss later. And I think it was main speech for today. Thank you very much again. Now we will play the video address of our next speaker, presenting Stefan Gottre, a German politician and member of the Bundestag, representing the alternative for Germany. Please, video.
Ich begrüße die Teilnehmer dieser Initiative recht herzlich von meiner Seite. Vielen Dank auch für die Einladung. Beim nächsten Mal werde ich auch dabei sein können. Ich unterstütze ausdrücklich die Initiative von Milan Uhrig zum Thema Energiesouveränität in Europa. Wir wissen alle, dass die europäischen Staaten souveräner sein müssen. Und wir dürfen uns nicht von einzelnen Energiequellen abschneiden lassen. Und deswegen ist es ganz, ganz wichtig, dass wir jetzt eine Initiative entfalten, damit die europäischen Staaten wieder über ihre eigene Energiebelieferung entscheiden können. In dem Sinne habe auch ich im Deutschen Bundestag die entsprechenden Initiativen entfaltet. Auch wir in Deutschland wollen eine Energiesouveränität, die uns dann auswählen lässt, welche Energiequellen wir benutzen und die uns eben nicht vorschreiben lässt, was wir benutzen dürfen und was nicht. Insofern sollten wir hier wieder dazu kommen, frei zu entscheiden, souverän zu entscheiden. Und die Initiativen, die jetzt hier vorgelegt werden, die jetzt hier gemacht werden, unterstütze ich ausdrücklich. Und wir werden auf europäischer Ebene zusammenkommen. Und wir in Deutschland werden dieses Komitee, das gegründet werden soll, unterstützen. Es ist bitter notwendig. Wir stehen dabei.
Ja, wunderschön, wirklich. Herr Gottre, vielen Dank. Ladies and gentlemen, in the 1980s, Europe began the struggle for ecology, which initially took a toll on the economy. In the late 80s, I wrote an article in a high-profile newspaper in Armenia titled "Economy or Ecology?" My conclusion back then was clear. They must develop harmoniously. In the 1990s, unfortunately, ecology became a bargaining chip for politicians and its true meaning degraded. In the 20s of our century, energy as a whole has turned into the new currency of political trade. This has triggered a dangerous economic downturn, taking us back to the Cold War era, with alarming signs of a global conflict. In other words, if we continue to ignore energy challenges, we will have economic development. In this case, the world risks moving toward a critical stage of nuclear conflict. And these are not mere speculation. This is an absolute reality that is particularly acute here in Europe. Today we will discuss reports by leading experts and prominent geopolitical figures. Based on the outcomes of the symposium, we will adopt a resolution to be presented to the global community and international organization. Our first speaker is a recognized authority on energy issue of Slovakia and Europe as a whole, the chairman of the supervisory board of SPP, the Slovak equivalent of Gazprom. Mr. Tibor Mikuš. It is my great pleasure to give him the floor. Please.
Vážený pán prezident, je mi cťou, že môžem vystúpiť na tomto fóre. Ďakujem. Budem hovoriť
It is my honor to be able to be given a floor on this symposium.
O jadrovej energetike,
I'll be speaking of nuclear
opäť
energy,
ako o energii budúcnosti.
again as the energy of the future.
Takto sme nazývali časopis, ktorý sme začali vydávať
This
pred
is what we called
26
a magazine
rokmi
we started
ako Slovenské jadrové fórum.
26 years ago as a Slovak nuclear farm.
A budem hovoriť z pohľadu mojich
I will be speaking about
už viac ako 50-ročných
my already
skúseností
50-year-long experience
v oblasti
in the
fosílnych
area
zdrojov
of fossil
a ich
fuels
budovania
and their
a potom samozrejme z
generation
jadrovej
and
energetiky.
also about the nuclear energy.
V centre záujmu politických elít
In the
sú
center of
oprávnené
interest of
životné
political
potreby
elites,
vlastných
the
občanov.
justified vital needs of their own electorate.
Materiálne, kultúrne,
Material,
duchovné,
cultural,
sociálne,
spiritual,
zdravotné a
social
tak
health,
ďalej.
etc.
A príslušné
And
fungovanie
the
ekonomiky ako
relevant
nástroja na
functioning of the
financovanie týchto
economy
potrieb.
as the tool to fund all these needs.
Zaistenie týchto potrieb
To
je
ensure these
otázkou
needs
národnej
Is
bezpečnosti.
the question of national security.
Zásadným pilierom národnej
The
bezpečnosti
fundamental
je
pillar of
energetická
national
bezpečnosť.
security is energy security.
To je schopnosť štátu
That is the
zaistiť
ability of the
spoľahlivé
state to
dodávky
ensure a
elektrickej
reliable
energie,
supply of electrical energy,
tepelnej energie
of thermal energy,
a pohonných hmôt
and,
za optimálnu
fuels
cenu
for optimal
v
prices
požadovanom čase,
in the
objeme
time
a
required, the
príslušných
volume required,
technických a
and
ekonomických
of
parametroch.
the respective technical and economic parameters.
Elektrická energia je v pravom slova
Electrical
zmysle
power is in the
živou
real
vodou
sense of the
alebo
word
krvou ekonomiky
the
a celej
vital
spoločnosti.
blood of the economy and the society.
Krajiny strednej Európy sú
Countries of Central Europe
závislé
are
na importe
dependent on
primárnych
import
zdrojov,
of the
často
raw
na úrovni
resources
90 a viac
at the
percent.
level of 90 and more percent.
Energetické stratégie
The energy
jednotlivých krajín
strategies of individual
boli
countries
spočiatku
were
budované
initially built
na základe
on the
využitia
basis
domácich
of
zdrojov,
the use of domestic resources.
najmä hydropotenciálu
We
a
have the
fosílnych palív.
hydrological potential and the steam.
Postupný rozvoj
The
priemyslu,
gradual
dopravy,
development of
zvyšovanie životnej
industry,
úrovne obyvateľstva
transportation,
si
and the
vyžiadalo
rising level and quality of living has required
v masovej miere v 60 rokoch minulého
in the
storočia
60s of the last century
zaradenie jadrových energetických zdrojov do
to include
existujúceho
on a mass
energetického mixu.
level the nuclear sources of energy.
Treba povedať, že energetický
It needs
mix
to be
je
said that
mimoriadne dôležitý.
The
To znamená
energy is
kombinácia
extremely
jadrových
important.
zdrojov, fosílnych
the
zdrojov,
combination of
hydrozdrojov
nuclear sources, fossil
a
sources,
čiastočne aj
hydrological sources,
obnoviteľných zdrojov.
and partially also renewable sources.
Je potrebná na
And
zodpovedajúcu
this is needed
funkčnosť
for the
elektrizačnej
respective
sústavy.
functioning of the electricity grid.
Nestačí len elektrínu v dnešnej
It is
dobe
not
dodať, ale musí
only
mať
sufficient to generate
príslušné
energy,
parametre, čo sa
but
týka
it also
najmä
has
napätia a
the
frekvencie.
parameters such as voltage and frequency and others.
V mnohých krajinách
In many
hydropotenciál vykrýva domácu
countries,
spotrebu, ako napríklad v
these-
našej krajine, na 15 až 20%.
For example, in our country, these needs are covered to 15 to 20%.
Ale existujú aj krajiny ako je
But
Norsko,
then there is a
kde
country such as
pokrývajú
Norway
spotrebu na viac ako 90%,
who can
možno z
cover their
vody.
own consumption to more than 90%.
Uhlie a plyn
Coal and gas
na desiatky percent
in tens
pokrýva
of
spotrebu
percentage points is
ale
covered.
predstavuje z
But
hľadiska emisí
in
veľmi
terms of
negatívny vplyv na
emissions,
životné
it
prostredie.
is of very negative impact on the environment.
A v 90. rokoch si vyžiadala
In the 90s,
ekologizácia fosílnych elektrární obrovské náklady,
Ecologization of fossil power plants,
ktoré boli zrovnateľné
sustained
alebo častokrát prevyšovali
enormous
pôvodné
costs,
investičné náklady na
and they were
vybudovanie
in
niektorých
excess
zdrojov.
of the original investment costs of building those power plants in the first place.
Okrem toho,
In
treba
addition,
povedať,
it needs to be said
že celosvetovo
that generally, globally,
momentálne
at the moment,
známe
the known
fosílne zdroje
fossil
alebo zásoby
sources
fosílnych
or
zdrojov
supplies of the fossil sources
nepresahujú 200-ročný horizont
do not
súčasnej alebo
represent
očakávanej
the
spotreby
200-year horizon of the expected consumption.
a ich dodávka alebo
And
prevádzka
the
fosílnych
supply
zdrojov
of
si
these
vyžaduje
fossil sources
pravidelné
requires
dodávky potrubiami,
a
loďami,
regular
vlakmi,
supply of distribution channels.
čo samo o sebe
And
predstavuje obrovskú zraniteľnosť
this
pre
itself
prevádzku týchto
represents
zdrojov.
a huge vulnerability in operating these fossil fuel sources.
V súčasnosti známe
Currently known
zásoby alebo
supplies
ložiska
or
uránu sa
deposits
blížia k 300-ročnému
of
horizontu
fossil fuels
očakávanej spotreby.
are expected to cover 300 years of consumption.
Verejnosti sú často predkladané
The public
obnoviteľné
is
zdroje
often presented with renewable
ako
sources
možná
as
substitúcia alebo
the
dokonca
possible
záchrana
substitute or probably a rescue
v prípade nefunkčnosti
in the
zdrojov, o
case
ktorých
of
som sa zmienil.
dysfunction of the sources I mentioned.
Ale z môjho pohľadu
But in
musím
my
povedať,
opinion, I
a
have to
hovorím to
say,
veľmi otvorene
and
a
I'm saying this
zodpovedne,
very openly and with great responsibility,
že solárna
that the
energia
solar energy
a veterná
and the wind
energia,
energy,
teda zdroje,
these
ktoré sú
sources that
charakteristické
are typical
silnými zásahmi do životného prostredia,
strong influences into environment
sú zdrojmi, ktoré
or
majú nízky
sources
koeficient
that
využitia.
have a low coefficient of
Ako
utility.
hovoria štatistiky,
As statistics
tak
point out,
solárne
the solar
energie využitie
energy
instalovaného výkonu predstavuje
is
11, možno
11,
13%.
maybe 13% that they are able to
A
cover
veterné
of the
zdroje,
consumption.
pevninské
And
zdroje
the
vo
wind
všeobecnosti
sources in general
môžu dosiahnuť
may reach
koeficient využitia 25 až 35%.
25 to 30% of utility.
Jadrové elektrárne
The
bežne
nuclear
dosahujú
power plants usually reach
90% koeficient využitia. Čo to znamená?
95% coefficient of
koeficient
utility.
využitia znamená,
The coefficient of utility
aké
means
množstvo hodín
what
z
number of
celoročného
hours from the
8760 hodín
entire
na tušinu
years
môže byť
may
daný
be
zdroj v plnej prevádzke.
the source at hand operating in full capacity.
Okrem toho, funkčná
In
elektrizačná
addition,
sústava
the
potrebuje
functional grid system
flexibilné zdroje, čo
needs
sa týka zmeny
flexible
výkonu
sources responding to changes
ale
in output,
ovládané človekom.
and these must be controlled by men.
No a solár a vietor
And the
je
solar
ovládaný
and wind
klímou,
is
počasím.
controlled by weather, the climate.
A samozrejme, treba
of
povedať
course,
ešte niečo o cene,
A price
týchto
has to be
zdrojov,
also mentioned of these
že
sources,
býva v násobkoch vyššia
that
ako z
it's
klasických zdrojov.
many times higher than the
A jej
price of the
uplatnenie na
classic
trhu
sources,
energie je možné len
and
v energetickom mixe.
its use on the market
Na
is
základe
possible only
obrovských
as part of the
dotácií.
energy basket.
Takže teraz prejdem k tomu,
Now
prečo
I would
teda jadrová
like
energetika.
to move
Opäť
on to why
je
nuclear
energiou
energy
budúcnosti.
is again the energy of the future.
V prvom rade konštatujem,
First of all,
že
I would like to
jadrová
state
energetika
that
je
nuclear
naozaj prevádzka jadrových
energy
elektrární a
or the
samozrejme
operation of the nuclear power plants,
projektovanie a všetky
the
činnosti
designing and
súvisiace
all
s
the
ich
activities connected thereto
prevádzkou sú založené na
are
exaktných
based
vedeckých
on
disciplínach.
exact scientific disciplines.
Máme k dispozícii
We
už
have available
70-ročnú tradíciu vývoja
70-year long tradition of development
a
operation
vylepšovania parametrov jadrových
and
elektrární.
improving of parameters of nuclear power plants.
Prvá
the first power plant of a small output as a demonstration was commissioned in 1954. So the tradition and the parameters and the reason why the nuclear power is also making the forefront is because it's safe. At the moment, we have in the world, in operation, almost 1,000 nuclear reactors, and available 1,000 reactor years of experience. It's about 450 nuclear reactors that are operated in power plants, nuclear power plants. About 280 are operated as scientific for research purposes, and about 220 ešte raz vás poprosím, je inštalovaných ako? Are installed on the ships and the submarines.
Čiže prevažne vojenské záležitosti, aj
mostly Slovak things.
Otvárajú nové cesty
but
na
these
severe.
are opening new lines.
Takže tisíce reaktorov rokov skúseností z
So
prevádzky
it's the thousands of reactor years of
je
operation,
trvalou témou
and the
medzinárodnej
safety
spolupráce
is a long-standing topic of international cooperation.
70-ročná skúsenosť a spolupráca v rámci
70-year-long experience in
Medzinárodnej komisie pre atómovú energiu,
cooperation through
agentúry pre atómovú
International
energiu
Agency for Atomic Energy
a 40-ročnej
and 40 years
skúsenosti
of
v
experience
rámci
within
Svetovej
World
asociácie
Association
prevádzkovateľov jadrových
of the
elektrární.
nuclear power plant operators.
Tento proces,
This
bezpečnosť a
process,
zvyšovanie
the safety
bezpečnosti
and the increase of safety
má zhruba takéto hlavné výsledky.
Has this about
Sústavné
these
vylepšovanie parametrov
outcomes,
aktívnej zóny.
continuous improvement of parameters of active zone.
To súvisí potom samozrejme
This
s efektivitou
also
výroby elektrickej
has to do with the
energie,
efficiency of the
ale
power
samozrejme
generation,
aj s
but also, of course,
ochranou
with protection
tlakových nádob
of
reaktorov pred
pressure
prehnutím.
vessels of the reactors.
Čiže to je otázka materiálovej
So that is the
problematiky.
question of materials.
Ďalej zlepšuje
Then
sa
improvement is made.
celková architektúra
The overall
primárneho okruhu
architecture
a
of the primary
jednotlivých
circuit
komponent
and
primárneho
of
okruhu
individual components of the primary circuit.
sú nasadzované veľmi
very
efektívne,
efficient,
moderné spôsoby kontroly
modern
základného materiálu,
systems of control of basic material are being deployed,
ale aj
but
chovania sa,
also of the
mechanického chovania sa
mechanical
jednotlivých komponent
behavior of individual components,
a samozrejme
and of
aj
course,
možnej detekcie
also the possible
prípadných
detection
únikov
of
alebo výskytu cudzích telies v
possible
primárnom
leaks
okruhu.
or possible foreign bodies present in the system.
Samozrejme zvyšuje
Of
sa
course, increasing
efektivita, to
is the
znamená čas
efficiency,
potrebný na kontroly,
the time necessary for
čas
inspections,
potrebný na výmenu
time
paliva,
necessary for replacement of fuel,
čas potrebný
time
na
necessary
údržbu,
for
teda možné
maintenance,
opravy.
and for the repairs that might be needed.
Ďalej lokality jadrových
Then the
elektrární
locations of the nuclear power plants
sú
are-
predvídateľne seizmicky sa správajúcich.
have a predictable
Locality.
seismic profile. So there are locations with
A
predictable
ešte
seismic
poznámka
profile.
k
And
tej
the note,
materiálovej problematike.
in
Tá
terms of
konštrukcia
material,
jednotlivých
the
komponent
design of individual
je v mnohých
components
krajinách založená
is in
na
many countries
200-ročnej metalurgickej
based
tradícii.
on a 200-year-long metallurgical
Tie
tradition.
tlakové nádoby
So
reaktorov
the pressure vessels of the reactors,
ktoré máme na Slovensku,
uh,
boli vyrobené
the
v
40-year-old,
Vyžarskom závode, ktorý
50-year-long
začínal
tradition
výrobňa
dates back in here in Slovakia directly.
pred vyše 200 rokmi.
The plant that
Kanóny,
makes these power pressures in Slovakia started 200 years ago.
materiály, na tankoch, no a
And the
nakoniec
material
jadrové
was also
komponenty.
tested or proven on tanks and other.
Zmiením sa o jadrovej bezpečnosti.
I would like to
To je
mention
otázka ochrany
nuclear
zdravia
security and
pracovníkov,
safety. That's the
samozrejme
question
obyvateľov v
of
blízkom okolí
protecting the health and
a
safety of the
ochrana
workers
životného
and the
prostredia.
inhabitants in the immediate vicinity of the power plant and of the environment.
Môžem povedať,
I can
že
say
vplyvy
that
na okolie,
the
teda aj na
impacts
zdravie
on the
a na expozíciu
environment and on the
pracovníkov
health and of the exposed workers
alebo
or
obyvateľov
the
v okolí
inhabitants, the population in the area,
sú naozaj na
are
úrovni
really at the level,
niekedy 10% alebo percent
sometimes at the decimal of a percentage
z
point
hľadiska
or a
prirodzenej
percentage point
expozície.
in terms of a natural exposure.
A dovolte mi konštatovať známy fakt,
And
že
I would like to state
cesta
that
lietadlom cez
well-known
oceán
fact that
predstavuje
a trip by
väčšiu
plane
expozíciu
over the
ako
Atlantic
ročná práca v jadrovej elektrárni v
is
mnohých
in
prípadoch.
terms of the exposure more impactful than an exposure over a year of a worker working in a power plant.
Ďalšou prednosťou, a to hovorí samozrejme aj o ekonomike,
I would like to also
využiteľnosti,
touch upon the economy
a
of the usability
prínose,
and on the
je
benefit
životnosť jadrových
is also the
elektrární.
life of the nuclear power plants.
Životnosť
The
jadrových
life of the
elektrární
nuclear
bola
power plants
limitovaná,
was limited
alebo je
or is
limitovaná
limited,
a hlavne
especially
materiálom
by the
tlakovej nádoby
material of the
reaktora
pressure vessel in the
v
reactor
oblasti
in the
aktívnej
area
zóny,
of the
najmä
active
jej
zone.
stredu. Neutrónový
at least
tok má
100 years.
charakteristiky, uvoľňovanie, že po priereze aj výške má
So,
určité maxima.
The
A neutrónový tok predstavuje
Neu-
nebezpečenstvo krehnutia materiálu.
neutronal reaction in the reactor is posing danger to the material.
Dôsledné dodržiavanie prevádzkových predpisov,
Immaculate
čiže
adherence
kultúra
to
bezpečnosti
operation
prevádzky
safety and to operation procedures,
a dôsledné vykonávanie
immaculate
kontrol
inspections
parametrov
of the parameters
materiálu tlakových nádob
of
v
the
oblasti
material of
aktívnej
the
zóny
pressure vessels in the area of the active zone,
a aj prípadné
and also
samozrejme zásahy, ako bolo žíhanie
necessary interventions in the pressure vessels enable today
životnosť na 30 rokov,
extend the originally planned life of 30 years
využívať až 50-60
to
rokov.
effectively
A je to
extend
realita aj
to
okolitých
50 to
krajín.
60 years, and this is the reality also not economic but also political.
Čiže predstavuje to obrovskú
So,
návratnosť
the
pôvodnej
rate
investície
of
a
return
samozrejme
of the original
obrovský
investment
ekonomický benefit
is
pre toho, kto elektráreň
sooner,
takúto
and
prevádzkuje.
the economic benefit of operating is much greater.
Ďalšia, nechcem sa zmieňovať nejako
And
o
I don't want to
klasifikácii
speak
udalostí
about
významných jadrových, ale
classification
na
of
záver
the
trošku k tomu
events,
prídem, lebo to
nuclear
je
events
súčasť
that happened,
bezpečnosti,
because
ale aj
that's
spoľahlivosti.
but I will mention them at least briefly because that's the part of the safety.
Čiže ďalší faktor, ktorý
So,
chcem zdôrazniť,
another
je
factor I want to
spoľahlivosť jadrových zdrojov.
Underline is reliability
Tá už je daná
of
tým,
nuclear
čo som povedal
resources,
na začiatku,
which is given by
90% koeficient
what I said.
využitia
It's 90% of the coefficient of usability or utility.
a nízke
and
percento
low
vynútených odstávok
percentage of needed
zdrojov,
shutdowns
ktoré boli prevádzke.
of the sources that were operated.
A ďalšou zárukou
And another
bezpečnosti
guarantee
prevádzky,
of
spoľahlivosti
the
prevádzky
safety or reliability of the operation
je schopnosť vytvoriť
is the ability
zásobu
to
paliva
create
elektráreň
a supply of fuel for the power plant
priamo v elektrárni samotnej na
directly
jeden rok.
inside the power plant for a year.
A môžem vám povedať,
And
že
I can
keď
tell you
sa pozriem
that
na tento priestor,
when
v
I
ktorom
look
sa
at this
nachádzame,
space, this room that we're in,
tak pre reaktor
for a reactor
s výkonom
with the output
typizovaný VVR 440
440,
len samotné,
the
samozrejme,
supply,
palivo
the
sú vo
fuel
takomto priestore.
can be
To je fakt.
stored in a space as
A
large
to je
as
teda
this
tá
one.
výhoda
And this is
spoľahlivosti
the advantage
prevádzky
of
a
reliability
dodávky
of
elektrickej energie
the
v porovnaní
operation
so
and the
zdrojmi,
supply of power
ktoré
plant,
vyžadujú trvalé, opakované
because
dodávky.
it
A tým,
should
či
be
ide
from
o
the
plyn
source
alebo
that
uhlie,
reached
to je jedno.
long-term,
A tom
repeatable,
teda bohužiaľ
stable
je aj tá
supplies.
zraniteľnosť
This is also true of coal,
klasických
but
zdrojov, ktoré
obviously
však sú treba v elektrizačnej
preferable
sústave,
is
pretože
the
majú
nuclear
výborné
power plant.
regulačné vlastnosti. Potom ďalší
Then
moment, ekológia.
another aspect is ecology.
Dovolím si také
I would like
veľmi
to
jednoduché príklady.
give a very simple example.
Jadrový reaktor
A
s
nuclear
výkonom
reactor
zhruba
with the output of
inštalovaným výkonom
the installed output
500 MW
of 500 megawatts
je schopný vyrobiť
is
za rok 3 až 4
capable
terawatt-hodiny
to
elektrickej
produce 3
energie.
to 4 terawatt hour of electrical
No
power
a
a year.
toto zodpovedá
And this
viac ako miliónu tón
accounts for
čierneho uhlia,
about
ktoré by bolo
million
potrebné
ton of traditional coal
na
that would be
vyprodukovanie
needed to
takéhoto
produce
množstva energie.
this volume
tak
of energy.
Viete si predstaviť haldy obrovské,
I can
ako
imagine huge
futbalové
piles,
ihrisko, kde bagre
large
preháňajú
as football
to
pitches,
uhlie, aby sa nevznietilo.
where the coal is stored in the open air so it doesn't
Ďalšia
inflame.
taká ilustrácia,
Or another illustration,
tieto 3-4
is,
terawatt-hodiny
3 to 4
predstavujú
terawatt of hours
vlak
represent
dlhý okolo 300 kilometrov, naložený uhlím.
a train that would be loaded with coal that would be 300 kilometers long.
Samozrejme, mohol by som
Of
citovať,
course, I
koľko to
could
predstavuje
cite how much
ušetrených výpustí
that
rôznej
represents
povahy, či už kyslíkov,
the
alebo pevných výpustí.
savings of different
Koľko tisícov
substances,
tón to predstavuje, ale nebudem tým zaťažovať, dá
how
sa to nájsť.
many thousands
je
of
obrovský
tons this
benefit
represents of savings
Prevádzka
in
jadrových
other
zdrojov pre životné prostredie.
substances, and overall the operation of a nuclear power plant is a huge benefit for the
Ale
environment.
predsa len
But still,
pár konštatácií. Kvapalné výpuste
the liquid
predstavujú zvyčajne menej ako
discharges
1%
represent less than
príspevok
1%
kvapalných výpustí ako 1% k
1%
prirodzenej
of natural,
ročnej expozícii.
yearly exposure.
Plynné výpuste
The gas
sa pohybujú
discharges
na úrovni príspevku
are at the
desatín
level
a
of
sem tam percent
decimals
povolených limitov,
and
a teda
sometimes in percentages of limits
prirodzenej
imposed
expozície.
of natural exposure.
Známy fakt z
The
našich
known
elektrární
fact is
je,
from our power plants
viete, z
is
elektrárne vzduchotechnickým komínom po
that
samozrejme
from the chimneys
dôslednom
after
čistení
thorough
vzduchu
cleansing,
odchádzajúceho cez
the
125 metrov
discharge
vysoký komín
that goes from the 125-meter long chimney
pravidelne sú merané
is
v
regularly
reálnom čase
measured in real time.
výkyvy alebo
The
fluktuácia
fluctuations
prirodzenej
of
radioaktivity.
natural radioactivity.
To je schéma, ktorá pracuje
That
vo všetkých
is the
krajinách.
topic that is addressed in all
Takže
countries.
častokrát
And oftentimes,
radioaktivita po
the
vetre, čiže tam, kde by
radioactivity,
mala zásadným spôsobom
with the
elektráreň
wind,
zvýšiť tú prirodzenú úroveň,
where
je
the
menšia ako proti vetru. To sú
where
fakty,
the
to nie je vymysel.
the radioactivity in the vicinity of the
Samozrejme.
chimneys is lower than in the other
Z
areas.
hľadiska ekológie
But in
sú
terms of
mimoriadne
ecology,
dôležité technológie, ktoré máme
the
k dispozícii
extremely important are
na
technologies that we have at our
neutralizáciu
disposal
radioaktívnych
to
odpadov a ich
neutralize
bezpečné ukladanie.
radioactive waste,
A takisto technológie
and
pre
also
nakladanie
technology
s vyhoretým jadrovým
with
palivom.
dealing with exhausted nuclear fuel.
Ako Ako som hovoril, nebudem sa venovať
I'm
funkčnosti elektrizačnej
not
sústavy,
going to
pretože na to
speak about
treba
the
zas prednášku
electrifying
alebo
grid because that
niekoľko.
would take up a
Ale
long
dovolím si ešte
time,
zdôrazniť,
but I would like to
že čo sa
emphasize
týka jadrovej
that
energetiky,
in terms of
existuje v každej
nuclear
krajine
energy, each country
štruktúra
has a
odborných
structure
inštitúcií
of
ako fyzikálne ústavy,
specialized
výskumné ústavy,
institutes in
projektové
physics and stuff,
organizácie, osvedčené
designing
dodávateľské
organizations
organizácie,
and certified suppliers,
kontrolné orgány,
inspection
vzdelávacie
authorities,
inštitúcie a potom veľmi
and
silná
other
medzinárodná
institutions,
spolupráca v
and
tejto
very
oblasti.
strong international cooperation,
A
expert
samozrejme
cooperation in the
existujú
area.
aj
And of course,
občianske lokálne
there are
iniciatívy,
also
ktoré sa venujú
civic
prevádzke jadrových
local
elektrární z
initiatives
hľadiska
that
vplyvu na
are
životné prostredie.
interested in the workings of nuclear power plants.
Áno, s jadrovou energetikou
And
súvisia aj tragické udalosti.
yes, it's true
ktoré
that
sa vyskytli v
tragical
minulosti.
events have been
A
linked
mám
to
teda na
nuclear
mysli
energy. And what I mean is
Udalosti, ktoré
the events
súvisia buď s
that
stavením aktívnej zóny,
are
alebo
related
teda
with
únikom
the incidents in the active zone
radioaktivity do
or
ovzdušia. To je Three Mile
resulted
Island v
in
Spojených
radioactivity
štátoch,
in the air
1972
in
aj u nás,
1972
v prvej
in the United
elektrárni
States.
A1, únik do životného prostredia a
Um,
2 ľudské
and
obete.
Prepačte,
Potom,
u nás to bolo v 1972?
Černobyl 72.
72. Sorry, it was in Slovakia, 1972.
72.
There
No
were
a
two
ďalšia
casualties
vec,
in Slovakia,
Černobyl
and
v
then
roku
Chernobyl
1986,
in
40
1986.
rokov bolo v apríli,
in April. It was 30 years,
a
40
Fukushima
years,
v
and
2008
Fukushima
roku.
in 2008.
Myslím, že si môžem dovoliť
And I
povedať,
think I can afford to say
nekomentujem, dávno som čítal Three Mile
that
Island a príčiny v bezpečnostných návodoch ešte Československej
I
komisie
read
pre atómovú energiu.
about the principles
Ale
of safety back
Bohunice
in
1972,
Czechoslovakia.
to bola
In Bohunice in
chyba
1972,
personálu.
it was
Paliva.
error of the personnel.
Černobyl z môjho pohľadu,
Chernobyl, in my view,
to bolo jasné
that was clear
nedodržanie prevádzkových predpisov pri vyvádzaní
breach of
reaktora na
operating
výkon, z môjho
instructions,
pohľadu.
in my view.
A Fukushima,
And Fukushima,
elektráreň bola,
the power plant
elektráreň je na pobreží
was on the coast,
a otvorené more smerom
and,
teda k Tichému oceánu,
facing open
ktorý
sea,
sám o sebe predstavuje alebo
the-
podložie
of the
silnú
Pacific.
seismickú aktivitu.
And the Pacific itself has its
a
own
Seismická
strong
udalosť
seismic
vzdialená
activity.
stovky kilometrov
And
od
seismic
elektrárne
zone,
vyvolala vlnu tsunami, ktorá
hundreds
mala
of kilometers
výšku,
away from the power
bývalú
plant,
výšku 14 metrov.
generated tsunami 14-meter tall.
Bohužiaľ
And
dimenzovaná
unfortunately, the
na
power
možnú
plant
očakávanú
was
vlnu vo výške
designed
5,7
to withstand a tsunami of or a wave not taller than 6 meters. So
projektová
we
chyba.
can say that it might have been a design error.
Ale existujú,
But
to boli tragické
Also,
udalosti,
these
aj
were
tragické
tragic
omyly
events, but
v jadrovej
tragic
elektrárne, ktoré nastali v
mistakes,
minulosti.
or tragic mistakes of the
Ja
past.
považujem referendum, ktoré bolo
I
u našich
think
susedov v Rakúsku
The
v roku
referendum that the
1978
Austrians held in 1988
o uvedení jadrovej
about
elektrárne Zwentendorf do
commissioning of the nuclear power plant
Toto
into
referendum
operation.
považujem za totálne zlyhanie
I think this
politických
referendum
elít,
was a complete failure of
pretože
political
nechali
elites
rozhodovať
because they
vlastne
let
v referende
in the referendum to decide
laickú verejnosť
lay public
o návýsosť odborných otázkach
on specific
a hlavne,
expert
ja som
questions.
presvedčený, že
and
laická verejnosť
especially
nebola na takúto diskusiu
I
pripravená.
am confident
Ale teda
that lay public was not ready for that kind of a
Výsledok
discussion.
referenda
And then, well, the result of the referendum,
50,47% nie,
57 no,
49,53 áno,
yes,
účasť 64%,
and
keď sa
the
pozriete na mapu,
participation
kde
was
sa ako hlasovalo, tak zistíte, že
64%,
západ Rakúska
and you
hodnotí
can
v
say
prevažnej
that
väčšine
the
rozhodoval
Western
nie.
Austria
Myslím, že to
predominantly voted no.
Zanedbanie odbornej
And
verejnej diskusie, ktorá
in my
musí byť
opinion, that
trvalá.
was a neglect of expert public discussion that could have helped the public to decide better. And then ceding by the German Democratic Republic from using the nuclear power plant was the first step to the future economic suicide of the strongest European economic player. When I was telling my colleagues in the nuclear power circles that they would pay with this dearly, and they were asking me whether I really was serious about this. And I said, the experts, the top experts of Germany in nuclear power generation, they were not analyzing the supplies of individual power generating sources, and they did not analyze the future need and the future supply of the fossil fuels. Another tragic mistake, in my opinion, was decommissioning of a fully functioning nuclear power plant from the operation in Slovakia, and I think that was the price we paid for entering the European Union, but it was also the total failure of Slovak negotiators. I would like a few words on the tragic mistakes of the past. I am repeatedly emphasizing continuous lack of expert public discussion, partial politicizing of the operation of nuclear power plants in a political fight. Then I have to say, in my opinion, the experts threw the towel in this politicized struggle, and their arguments were not sufficient. And then the absence of what in 2004 we entered the European Union. Maybe you remember the basic principle, unification in diversity. This did not only mean historical, cultural traditions, but first and foremost, also the exclusive responsibility for the energy concepts was the exclusive responsibility and domain of nation states. Nowadays, this has changed to dictate from Brussels. That's my opinion. Then a few words to general reasons of impending power collapse and catastrophe in the future. First of all, I have to say that it's a resignation to cooperate with suppliers who have proven in supplying the sources over the last 50 years at the quality and at the price that we have been used to. And this resignation or seceding from cooperation has been also politicized. It's been politicization of an expert topic which, in my opinion, should have been a peaceful international cooperation. Another catastrophe, the impending catastrophe in the future, is the abolition of Nord Stream and the damage to the pipe Družba. And another reason is, in my opinion, to present false hope called Green Deal that should address energy problems of the countries of Central Europe, which I repeatedly say are dependent on the import of fossil fuels or primary fuels more than 90%. In addition, the Green Deal in comparison to what is emitted globally, is not saving the world. The reduction is by 8% through Green Deal on the emissions globally, and the other countries do not follow these rules. So the general reason is politicizing of expert topics, insufficient expert discussion, and usurping the rights of some politicians to decide on expert topics, which I dare say, with all due respect, that some have no idea. Now, what needs to be done then in individual countries to ensure energy security in the countries of the European Union? First of all, a thorough preparation of national energy strategies for the next 20 to 30 years, and their continuous adjustments based on the market developments and also the strategies taking in development, economic and strategic, and also the latest scientific knowledge. I would like to repeatedly emphasize expert and to-the-fact argumentation of all the aspects related to nuclear energy, not just what I'm saying, but a dialogue so that the citizen can ask and get a explanation which is justified and can be defended. I want to talk to the citizen in the manner that he understands. Then I want to emphasize, instead of confrontation, there must be peaceful economic, cultural cooperation. And I want to also send a message to nuclear community not to give up. The common sense will prevail in the end. And we have to keep fighting. The final note, the name of this conference is Bratislava is the city of peace. The basic human right is the right to live in peace. And only in peace the mankind can progress in material and spiritual terms, especially peace and cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Yes, a little bit longer or much longer, but it really word from great expert in Slovakia and in Europe. Mr. Lombardi, are you here? Ah, hi, Mr. Lombardi. Okay, then my great pleasure to give the floor Mr. Guido Lombardi, American political consultant and advisor to Donald Trump, USA. You know, yeah, where is Donald Trump? Yeah. And Mr. Lombardi is an advisor for Donald Trump. Please, you have now possibility, give your opinion, please.
Thank you. Some of the things I'll be speaking about is about the logistic and the security, especially of the energy transportation and the transportation routes. Of course, everybody is familiar with what is happening, not only between Ukraine and Russia, but also between the United States and all the Gulf countries, because let's remember it's a coalition of 15 nations not just the United States, but also Saudi Arabia, the Emirates, et cetera, and on the other side, the Republic of Iran. What we see in these two theaters, in these two regions, is that the transportation of energy, we don't really have an energy problem. We have a transportation, we have a logistic problem, especially for oil and gas, which is what is actually keeping most countries in the world working. Yes, we try to have, green and other renewable resources, but we are there only at 5-10% at the most, and they cannot anyway certainly fuel airplanes or boats, or certainly even cars. It's going to take a long time. So oil and gas is going to stay as the number one energy solution for most of the world for the foreseeable future, at least for the next 10 years or so. So in this context, yes, there is a technological transformation in the sense that we are trying to rely on other energy sources, especially like nuclear. We see in the United States, but also in Europe, especially here in Italy, we are pushing for mini nuclear reactors. And they're moving, at a pretty fast pace. But even there, it's still going to take, anywhere between 2, 3, or 4 or 5 years or more. So the energy networks, the supply corridors, it's not just only the ships that go right now in the Strait of Hormuz, and they're causing so much problems everywhere in the world, but it's also all of the conduits, the pipelines. They are crisscrossing the whole world. So unless you're a pretty independent country like United States, Russia, some other countries in South America where you can have those pipelines within your nation, but everywhere else in the world, especially Europe, Middle East, and certainly Armenia, we have problems in receiving those energy, gas and oil, through the pipelines. For the longest time, for many, many, many years, since maybe the beginning, those pipelines have remained kind of like an untouchable thing, an international asset. And even the most crazy terrorists never touch the pipelines. And they never even touch the lines, the maritime lines. Now, with Iran pretending to close the Strait of Hormuz, we see that we have, for the first time in the history of the oil transportation, a state that decides to impose its will on an international route. If this is allowed to continue, and if there is going to be any other state beside Iran that is going to touch on the pipelines, we are going to have tremendous problems everywhere in the world, at the exception, as I say, of those very large countries where United States, Russia, Brazil, whatever, where they can afford to produce their own. So this is a key, let's say, problem that we have to address all together. And there is no one nation above the other, not one nation stronger than the other. because even a small group of terrorists can create total chaos. So we have to continue to monitor those, logistic pipelines, maritime, a little bit more difficult, but it can be done as well there. And technological solutions, they might be available in the future, as I said, with nuclear factories or whatever, or other sorts of energies, but it's going to take definitely a long time. So this is an immediate problem that unfortunately cannot be resolved with technology. It can only be resolved with goodwill and with understanding among states, especially. They are the only one that can basically protect those lifelines, because they are now lifelines for many, many countries. And for this reason, we need to have states like Armenia and our good friend Grigorian and others that can act as mediators to help neighboring countries, but also countries outside of that particular region, to cooperate together to safeguard those lifelines, because energy production and distribution are the lifelines for the next 5, definitely 10 years.
Mr. Lombardi, thank you very much.
Yes.
It was very good pleasure hearing you, and your opinion is for us very interesting. And in our discussing time, I think we must a little bit speak about, and when you have a time, of course, some your interesting idea I want to discuss. Thank you very, very much. It was great pleasure here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, we have another very important expert from Slovakia, Mr. Andrej Hansel, leading Slovak expert in the field of electric power and nuclear energy, Vice President of the Slovak Nuclear Forum. Topic: nuclear energy as a basis for stability, best suits me presentation capabilities. Please.
Môžete mi prosím vás dať ten prístroj, ktorým budem prehadzovať tie slajdy. Okay, so good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for invitation for this for having presentation. I consider this as very valuable also for me. As you can read this sentence, I will not read it, but from not only from this sentence, it's very easy to understand that electricity needs a special care. Electricity is without electricity, life is will be very complicated. And the next decarbonization is also based on the more electricity. So that is very easy to understand that electricity needs a special care. I would like to describe that the liberalized environment in Europe is not so easy. In Europe, there are several let's say, distributed area, and market with electricity between this area is not so easy. So as you can see, a different color, and the one color, it means synchronous interconnected area. So it means that when the country is connected synchronously, that is a special case for cooperation between countries. So our country is working in this blue color, and this blue color synchronous area is named continental Europe. Great Britain is different synchronous area. Nordel is Norway, Sweden, Finland, and part of Denmark. And the, let's say, pink color is Baltic Republic, which is very special case because Baltic countries are part of European Union, but interconnection between electricity interconnection is very, very complicated. You know that there is a Kaliningrad, and next is the south direction is Belarus, and as I write just in February 9th, 2025, these countries are synchronously interconnected to let's say continental Europe. But interconnection is very weak, so market is not so easy. Why the countries are interconnected? The biggest advantage of interconnection is assistance in unexpected failure, unaccepted problems, and that is the great advantage of the interconnection. And problem with good interconnection is related to so-called possibly blackout. Spain fell down to blackout because there is no good interconnection between Spain and France, because between Spain and France there are Pyrenees, and there is just two transmission lines. One is in the south, one is in the north, and this capacity is not enough during the such big failure like occurred in Spain. Even this blue color is like one area. This area is divided for so-called regulatory areas, which is partially independent and must cover everything what is necessary to fulfill the basic equation, which means that consumption is equal generation. Each this let's say area is related to mainly border of countries, and each of these countries must fulfill the technical condition which is related to the basic equation. The basic equation for the energy system is that generation must be equal consumption plus minus export or import. And this equation must be valid in every moment. In every moment, it means each second. It is not possible to generate electricity during the noon when the sun is very strong, and to consider or to calculate that this electricity will be spent, let's say, around 5 p.m. when there is a big when there is a high consumption of electricity. And the deviation, because it's very difficult in real life, it's very difficult to maintain this equation. So some deviation is, of course, occurred, and this deviation is maintained by so-called ancillary services. What is possible technology which can be used for the next production of electricity? You can see 3 columns, and there is technology which is suitable for dispatching, for regulation their own generation, and such type of technologies are necessary for be able to control this equation. Next columns is technologies without dispatcher, without possible controlling their own generation, and you can see that is the wind. Sorry for Slovak, I did not have this slide in English version, but there is in this middle column there is the wind, offshore or onshore, photovoltaic, and water hydropower station without, so small hydropower station which are not able also to control their own generation. And just one slide, what does it mean, electricity generation from sun? So first of all, most important of the production is latitude of where the photovoltaic system is located. So when the location is going down to the equator, then this load factor is higher, and in the north, it is very difficult to generate electricity from sun, because the sun is not shine as good as it is in the south. There is several countries, and you can see that Florida has a better condition for photovoltaic system, like in Slovakia or in Norway or in Sweden. This one is chart which can show you the generation per month during the year. The biggest or the best months are August, July or August, but comparing the winter months, like it is January or December or February, that is very so-called unfair. But electricity in Slovakia, not only in Slovakia, Czech, Austria, Germany, is needed especially more than 3 times during the winter, like during the summer. We have enough electricity in summer, enough source for electricity in summer, and photovoltaic is in this time good in production, but good in production just during the day, not during the whole month. And this chart shows this one is one day. It is just randomly chosen graph, and it is the generation from sun during the second during the day, And you can see this deviation concerning deviation comparing the expected generation. And these very low measures are, let's say, 30% of expected generation, and this deviation must be covered by somebody else in the system. Somebody else is means ancillary services which can be provided by either nuclear, but better is gas or hydro or coal, like in Germany. It was several times mentioned that energy mix is very important, but yes, it's very important, but energy mix is not to be considered as a collection of butterfly. So we do not have such butterflies. So somewhere we are going to somewhere to buy and to put to our energy mix. New power station or new source of generation must be calculated very precisely. Renewables are very good for countries where is big portion of electricity produced by coal or gas, or coal and or gas, because when the sun is going well, electricity which is produced by gas is in this power station going down, and renewables is good for changing the generation in fossil fuel. So such case is decreasing of CO2 emission. Slovakia does not have generation from coal because we stopped the two last power stations, Vojany and Nováky, and now Slovakia is not produced electricity from coal. So to build, from that point of view, to build renewables, it must to be very sophisticated process, not just such that we have dotation, we have the subsidies from European Union or state or somewhere else, and let's go to build the either wind or photovoltaic. And it is very, I consider the first item as very important. Generation of electricity is an irreversible process that permanently damages nature. It's true, it's not very good sound for energy guys, but that is true. And as a result of this first item is that today humanity is not looking for a type of electricity that does not harm the environmental, but we are looking for such type of electricity generation that harm environmental as little as possible. And generation of electricity coming from nuclear fuel is such a generation. There is no emission of CO2, no emission of sulfur oxide, nitrogen oxide, and particle matter, and also is able to provide all types of ancillary services for regulation, this deviation, as I mentioned in previous slide. So if if the mankind considered this climate change as a very serious problem, without nuclear power station, it is not possible to solve. So I put my email address if somebody would like to send me comments or questions, so I will be very happy, would be very happy to answer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hansel. Really, it was interesting to hear you and your opinion about alternative energy. Yeah, it's maybe a very interesting idea for discussing. And we have finished with a very important idea about future nuclear energy. Yeah, it is very interesting, and I think we have good possibility today make some confrontation in our discussing time. Thank you very much, and now I please to give us video very important person, Emmanuel Fragos, member of the European Parliament from Greece. And the topic is presentation on the main theme, energy sovereignty of New Europe. Please, video.
Today we speak about energy sovereignty, and we must begin with a very simple truth. For millions of Europeans, the energy crisis is not an abstract geopolitical debate. It is about whether families can heat their homes, whether small businesses can survive, and whether European industry can remain competitive globally. Europe has been facing for long serious energy affordability crisis, but during the last few years it is worse. High electricity and gas prices have weakened our industrial base, increased inflation, and created growing energy poverty across many member states. And this is why the first priority of any European energy strategy must be the European citizen. Not ideology, not slogans, not geopolitical emotionalism, but affordable, secure, and reliable energy. Of course, Europe has the right to diversify its energy sources and strengthen its resilience. Diversification is healthy because without energy diversification, it is not serious to speak about strategic autonomy. Let's be honest, energy policy cannot be driven by confrontation and permanent escalation. Europe needs stability, Europe needs pragmatism, because we need to have geopolitical and geo-economical view. We need diplomacy. A continent that imports large amounts of energy cannot afford endless geopolitical fragmentation without serious economic consequences. This is why we should support all realistic effort for peace, de-escalation, and long-term stability in our wider neighborhood. Peace is not weakness. Sometimes it is an economic necessity. Often it is economic prudence, and always an elementary matter for humanity. In Europe, if Europe wants to protect its social model, its industry, and its middle class, it must avoid becoming trapped in an era of structurally high energy prices. Let me be clear, the Greek Cypriot energy route, it is also important. We must invest seriously in long-term energy security. This includes modernization of grids and infrastructure, meaning interconnections between European countries. Also, diversification of supply routes, technological innovation, and support for reliable base load energy production, including nuclear energy, where member states choose it. Nuclear energy remains for many countries an important tool for stability, energy independence, and of course lower emissions. But no single solution alone will solve Europe's energy challenge. The real question is whether Europe can build an energy strategy that combines security, affordability, competitiveness, and geopolitical realism. Because without affordable energy, there is no competitive industry. Without competitive industry, there is no strong economies. And without social stability, there is no political stability. Europe should become a bridge builder, not merely a battlefield of competing global interests. Our goal should not be permanent division. Our goal should be strategic balance, economic resilience, and peace. And ultimately, energy sovereignty should mean this, that Europe is strong enough to defend its interests, wise enough to seek dialogue, and practical enough to ensure that ordinary Europeans are not the ones paying the price of geopolitical tension. Thank you very much.
So, yeah, it is interesting opinion from members of EU Parliament and from Greece, Mr. Emmanuel Fragos. Now we have speaker from Czech Republic, Mr. Hinak Beran, renowned Czech energy expert, scientist and specialist in power system management and energy policy. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the floor. First of all, allow me to remark that we are colleagues with Mr. Hanzel because in 1992 and 93 we put together, when Slovak came to the European Union, we put together all the new legislative for Slovakia together with Mr. Feropecho, who knows him. So we are close colleagues, and now I can slightly continue in Mr. Hanzel's speech because we are both engineers, but my speech is most about, usually we listen what politicians want for energy sector, or what are the dreams or politicians from time to time, crazy dreams, and I will try to explain it from inverse. What does an engineer think about the today's European policy, and when it is technologically stable and when it is not? Okay. When we came to Europe in the 90s, or in the beginning of this millennium, we put together some market environment. It means unbundling the transmission operators from power production and from power business. And we dreamed that some very nice energy future comes. So what is the result now? Those are three criteria from World Energy Council. First, energy equity. We suffer of energy poverty, and I don't know what does cost energy in Slovakia, but I think it's the same as in our country. So it's produced from nuclear power plants for about 10 euro cents, one kilowatt hour, and it's sold 10 times more. In Czech, it's 10 times more. As concerns the security, we suffered last year 3 times blackout in Spain, in Czech Republic, and in Berlin. Who remembers last 20 years, 3 blackouts in 1 year? It's a disaster. And as concerns environmental sustainability, we are, allow me to present my colleague Ondrushova, and I'm asking why Slovakia, which has some exportation energy mix with no emissions, why they should build here some wind farms? Why? Only for somebody to earn money, not to produce energy and to support Slovakia by electricity. So those are one of my favorite personalities. David Attenborough says that this is a culture that makes the mankind what is it now. And culture is also the technological culture. And my question is if in Green Deal it's some new culture or cultural revolution, like in China, or if we still follow in nuclear energy and in energy security our culture. And the second one, I had the honor to cooperate with his PhD student, Professor Janouch, who knows from Czech Republic or Czechoslovakia. He was a head of foundation of Chart 77, and he says as nuclear scientist that nuclear energy, it means the freedom for mankind. And I think he is absolutely right in the Central Europe, because except nuclear energy, we have no chance to continue our civilization culture. Now you mentioned some energy policy. Those are two books we edited on Czech energy policy, and in the center it was. I'm from some historians family. This was my mother and the agriculture here in this region of ancient Slavs. So when the story begins, it begins in the second half of the 18th century, and it's based on energy, and it's based on democracy. As Andrei Sakharov said, it's a freedom, and the democracy can't exist without energy. Why? Because in the Middle Ages, in ancient Egypt and Rome, they used not steam engines, but they used the power of slaves. It was not the democracy. Only energy makes the democracy, and in my opinion, it's not random that those two different phenomena occur 7 years, steam engine and United States Constitution. So now where we are, on the bottom, the brown, it's wood or biomass. On the left, it's 1800. On the right, to 2024 down. So the coal begins in the half of the 19th century, and it goes up. Why? Because in India, in China, they are in the same stage of development as we were 100 or 150 years ago. It's like that. No, it's data. The second one, the pink one, it's oil. And if you compare, for example, warships in the First World War and Second World War, there was a difference of the fuel. During the First World War, it was coal, and in the Second World War, it was oil in all, and transportation and so on. So if you have some places where you find oil, you find usually natural gas. It means natural gas begins with pipeline together with oil, with pipelines. And what is above? It's hydropower. It's popular in the world, in China, in South America, everywhere, but it's not so strong. Also nuclear. And what is above? It's only renewables. So how can we save the world in Europe like this? How? It's a nonsense. It's the ideology. No. So, you know the man on the right side. It's Jean Marais, and it's the development from technology to the market. Because James Watt said when he wants to sell his steam machine, he says, okay, it's expensive, but you will have that steam machine instead of 5 or 10 horses. You will save the money for horses, for food for horses, and so on. And Van Thomas in '96. In the second volume of Van Thomas' story, he said, you will pay the tax for the right that you can live. Yeah, what is the tax? What is the emission allowance in Europe? Is it the tax for living? If we are paying it not for European ecology, but for financial speculation on some global markets or to some pensioners in the US. And the main mistake, I'm sorry to my colleague from Germany, we can discuss, but I think to build the pipeline from Russia to Germany and to support German economics, it's a good deal. To close the nuclear stable power plants, it was a disaster. It was a disaster. You know, the colleague said Fukushima. What was the origin of Fukushima, of the explosion under the roof? It was hydrogen. It was not nuclear. It was hydrogen. I will explain it in couloirs, but it was hydrogen. And Germany wants to build some Hindenburgs. No. And the project mistake. Okay, we can discuss it later. But it was a big mistake. And after that explosion under Nord Stream, Germany had no stable energy except ancient coal in the former Democratic Republic of Germany, and they are cheating with counter trades and so on. They are cheating. It's not renewable energy. It's a fossil energy exported also from our country. Okay, sorry. No. Okay, let's continue. This is World Energy Council says has 3 criteria, as we mentioned: energy security, energy equity, and environmental sustainability. And if you have a look at top a little bit left, you can see CO2, carbon dioxide, and on the left používá to? Ako to ide? Jo, výborně. Sorry. Thank you. It's CO2, and this is land conversion. Yeah. When we are destroying land and soil by wind and solar farms, we make the same harm to the planet as with the CO2. So I said Green Deal is a cultural revolution. You see two politicians. That lady on the right, what was her position? Now she is against Putin. What was her position when signing the pact between Putin and Mrs. Merkel? Was she a Minister of Defense or not? She is one of top responsible persons, and now she wants to save us with some Green Deal. It's a nonsense. But what I say, in any case, we need reliable energy system. In any case, even if European Union goes somewhere out, we need reliable energy system, and if we if we stay a part of Europe, we need also a stable energy system. There is no way. No. And Slovak and Czech energy system, we were one system together. It's it was interconnected. It's still interconnected, and in the Czech part, we did not change lignite or coal for nuclear, because Czech politicians were lazy. Yeah, they were wasting money for so-called solar barons and other reforms, and they were wasting maybe 5 times more money during last 20 years than for one reactor. But this is the original Czech energy mix now. Slovaks are better. One half or a little less than one half is nuclear. This is renewables, the green. This is gas, the yellow, and 1/4 is still coal or lignite. If you calculate the brutto production, the total production, it's more lignite. But what is the lignite? It's exportation to Germany. So for our national purposes, it's satisfactory this quarter. And if you want to change to build some wind farms and to destroy all the country, this is about 17 terawatt hours, and you will change only 5, less than 1/3. So that closing lignite energy by this way is a suicide, because you destroy the country and you are dependent on importation of energy, either natural gas to produce electricity or electricity produced from the natural gas. And the war is on the right side, the war is on the left side, so it's a suicide now. So we don't recommend to do it. No. And so this is some recapitulation of the energy mix. And now you may choose. Yeah, it's a country totally destroyed by lignite mines with a castle. And it's something which was maybe before the wind park, it was a blooming meadow. And the question is, where do you want to live? And what they are now doing in our country, if they install here to the mines some solar panels with some little wind turbines, they receive 3,000 megawatts, 3 gigawatts of energy. Yeah, which is our quote in Europe. They are leaving this as it is. They don't want to use it as acceleration zones, and they want to use the land and the meadows, which is, in my opinion, it's a crime. No. And what allow me to conclude, we have both countries very stable energy system from the past. And it's something like you have the house from the 70s. You have roofs, you have new heating, you have new chimney. And why to change it? Why to change it? So in Slovakia, you are completely finished with the force block of Mochovce, and you are with no emissions. And in our country, we should build 1 or 2 blocks in Temelín or in Dukovany, and we are also ready. we don't need any Green Deal in our countries, in both of our countries. So this is my conclusion from the engineer. And also, what is the next risk as a conclusion? It's a deficit of food and water. Because what is the field the soil for? Is it for growing windy farms and solar farms, or is it for food? And if you use some very heavy wind turbine, it's also damages the water, which is under the soil by vibration. So please don't do it. We have still reliable energy system. The solars are good to the roofs of factories, to the parkings, to some logistical halls, to anywhere. Also, little wind turbine, it's okay for some factory, but please don't destroy the land by that European cultural revolution. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Very interesting opinion from our neighbor, Czech Republic, and the same, absolutely. But it was very funny, your comparison between Mao Zedong and von der Leyen, cultural revolutionary, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have very interesting and important person from Bulgaria, former Minister of Energy of Bulgaria, international expert on nuclear energy, board member of IBN, Mr. Milko Kovachev. Please, sir.
Hello.
Nice. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Wonderful.
Good. I will share my presentation. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm happy to be here to this important event. And let me try to share the presentation with all of you. Okay. Okay. Just a second. It should work now. Can you see my screen?
Well, we've seen, but we have no figure.
Okay. No, I don't know why it is not yet coming. Hopefully it will come. Just to illustrate what I want to present to you. It's not working. I don't know why. I will stop and try again. It looks like that I have issues. I cannot show you my screen. What do you suggest? Either I can speak without illustration, or eventually you can share from your side the presentation, which I sent earlier. Is that possible?
Now we have picture.
Coming from
Perspective
where?
on nuclear energy, yes, development in Central Europe. It's your?
Yes,
You can
it should be
continue then,
mine.
please.
Okay, I cannot see it really, so maybe I need to.
We have.
Yes, I understand that you have it, but I don't see it on my screen. That's my. Okay, now I can see it. Okay, good. And who is going to change the slides? Okay, can you please change the slide? Okay. So,
Philip?
yeah, in a nutshell, this is the agenda. I'm sorry?
Okay, it's good. Everything is good now.
Okay, so this is the short agenda of that presentation. I will try to walk you through the recent developments in the global landscape, the European landscape, and the regional landscape in Eastern and Central Europe related to nuclear. And I hope to add some facts to the debate that you are running currently in your country. Can you change the slide, please? I'm trying. Okay, yes. We see a global nuclear revival in the last years, and the reasons they were very well underlined by many of the earlier speakers. The first one seems to be today on the top of the agenda: energy security. Energy security, which is a complex issue, but obviously these days with the higher inflation which we experience, with the higher cost of energy, energy security is again on the top of the agenda of any policymaker or engineer when we are trying to address the need for energy for our economies and our society. The second one is still on the agenda because we, as it was said, we are trying to preserve the environment in which our children will live in the future. So climate change is still on the agenda, and the net zero 2050 target is still very important, including for nuclear as a low carbon source. There are additional drivers, which is the re-industrialization or reshoring, which we are experiencing and seeing that companies, once they were offshoring their activities, now they're coming back with the technology and with the factories, which is part of the process of reindustrialization, which we are observing. And obviously, this is linked to competitiveness. This is linked to affordability issues mentioned before from earlier speakers. And we see as well a very strong development of demand, in particular related to artificial intelligence, for example, or other uses of, and that all this is going through an electrification. As the Director General of the International Energy Agency, Fatih Birol, was saying earlier, that we are living in a electrifying time. So we see that decarbonization and security of supply goes through electrification of the energy mix and through transformation in this sense. Having these drivers in mind, there were a number of actions which were taken in the field of nuclear in the recent years. For example, at the Conference of the Parties in 28 in the United Arab Emirates, the nuclear energy was for the first time at this climate change conference was accepted as part of the solution for climate change mitigation. So this was important breakthrough, which happens several years ago at COP28, and today is also part of the policy shift which we are observing. At the same event in the United Arab Emirates, several countries declare the goal for tripling nuclear by 2050, a target which is obviously a purely political target and requires much more actions, but it is important to drive also the understanding of the society of the importance of nuclear and how we can scale and need to scale nuclear in the future. Next slide, please. Now I will give you some figures about nuclear status currently. And please, next slide. This is based on the International Atomic Energy Agency data and not only from there. We have a number of reactors currently in operation. Unfortunately, the share of nuclear is dropping down. The global share of nuclear is below 9% currently, and it was nearly 18% several years ago, a decade ago. So nuclear is not playing the role that we expect to play in the global energy mix currently. The majority of reactors operating in the world are in Europe, in the United States, and China is fast catching that one. And we see that the largest number of new construction currently is happening in China. However, we see also other regions looking for nuclear. And unfortunately, we are building or putting in operation 8 to 10 gigawatts of nuclear new build per year, which is much lower than the needed target of tripling nuclear, which requires, and the expectation is that annually we need to put in operation about over 30 gigawatts. Is that feasible? Yes, it is. If we look historically, in the 80s, last century, 1984 and 1985, there were 32, 33 units of nuclear new build, which were commissioned, which were put in operation annually. So it is not an impossible target, but we are far from reaching that target currently. And from the point of view of investments, we can follow the publication of the International Energy Agency, where they are studying and reporting the annual investments in all energy sources. And unfortunately, nuclear is not the champion there. It's far behind the investments made in solar, wind, and other sources. And it is at the level of 70, 80 billion per year. What is required as investments is to increase at least double these investments to be able to deploy nuclear at the level of necessary to meet the political target of tripling nuclear by 2050. Next slide, please. In this environment, we are observing a global energy and technological shift, energy policy and technological shift. And this busy slide, I have tried to capture the main technological shift in the field of nuclear in particular. For example, we are talking very much today about small modular reactors, but we see that the maturity, the technological maturity of generation 3 plus reactors has been reached in the last years, 2050, 2020. All major vendors in the world have deployed their advanced designs, so-called generation 3 plus reactors. In addition, we see the newly developing designs, which are not new from scientific point of view, but the economic concepts for small modular reactors up to 300 megawatts installed capacity, as per the definition of the International Atomic Energy Agency, are under development. Over 80 different designs currently are reflected in the annual review by the International Atomic Energy Agency of all the designs across the world. A similar dashboard is maintained by the the Nuclear Energy Agency, the Paris OECD NEA. We are hopeful that as per the claim of the developers, the first deployment of the first-of-a-kind designs of SMRs will take place around 2030, and beyond, we are expecting that this will grow. In the forecast made or scenarios made by the International Energy Agency, it is expected that small modular reactors might play a significant role, about 1/3 of the installed capacity by 2050, nuclear capacity by 2050. In addition, the International Atomic Energy Agency has launched two very important initiatives. One is the Nuclear Harmonization and Standardization Initiative, which aims at coordinating the development and application of the regulatory framework in the world, as the International Atomic Energy Agency already currently is issuing nuclear standards and security guidance in the field of nuclear energy. Now it is also how to harmonize the application of those standards across the different jurisdictions. We know very well that it is national responsibility to ensure safe and secure operation of the nuclear power plants, and the independence of the national regulators are key for building public trust. However, also it is important that for the deployment, the serial deployment of nuclear and larger deployment of nuclear, to harmonize the practice of regulating nuclear and to allow to minimize the regulatory risk, which is today perceived as one of the important risks for nuclear deployment. On the right side of that slide, we see also several current or recent events. The second nuclear energy summit took place early this year in Paris, after the first summit taking place in Brussels 2 years ago. And we see that more countries are betting and are expecting that nuclear will play important role in their energy mix. If today 31 countries in the world are operating nuclear power plants, this pledge for nuclear at the nuclear summit in Paris was undersigned by 38 countries. So more countries than just the operating countries are now looking for nuclear. And I will discuss this one a little bit later, what that means for Central and Eastern Europe. We also see that there is a specific shift, a very important shift, by the way, from the financing institutions. The World Bank removed the ban on financing nuclear last year and signed a cooperation agreement with the International Atomic Energy Agency, which is paving the way also for other multilateral development banks to reconsider their policies. We have seen 2 years ago 14 global banks also supporting nuclear and claiming that they are ready to finance nuclear. And last but not least, we see a pull from end users. Some people call that one gigawatts for gigabytes. Initiative where we see the largest developers, IT companies worldwide, building data centers and looking for nuclear as a reliable source of low carbon energy to supply abundant energy for these data centers. Next slide, please. Can you please change the slide? Okay. So what is indeed happening at the European scale, European Union scale, more importantly? Obviously, Europe is not behind those trends, which are global. And we see that in the last years, even this year, several things have happened. Nuclear is already included in comparison to the earlier, let's say, policy frame, which was excluding nuclear from the future. It was included in the EU taxonomy, which was an important breakthrough as a sustainable source of energy. It was included in the planning documents for net zero by 2050. SMR strategy was adopted this year, and the new nuclear program, which is called PINK, the European Nuclear Program, nuclear was analyzed as important contributor to the future energy mix at national and European level. Still, nuclear, the inclusion of nuclear in the national mix remains a national priority and national decision. We have seen as well the formation of alliances which supports nuclear, and 14 countries are part of that EU nuclear alliance. And obviously important alliance to shape the overall EU policy in the field of nuclear. Slovakia is part of that nuclear alliance. And we have seen some instruments provided by the Commission with guarantees for up to 200 million for financing small modular reactors and accelerating the deployment of small modular reactors by 2030. This is a very, let's say, short overview of what is going on at the European level. Next slide, please. And now maybe some of the last points of my presentation. We see a wave of nuclear new builds in Central and East Europe. And here, country by country, I have listed the prospective nuclear new builds and the actual situation. Poland is moving forward with 3 AP1000 to be installed in Kopalino-Lubiatovo site. Then we see as well in Czechia, where in Bohunic there is advanced structuring of a new build with KHNP, with the Korean APR 1400. In Hungary, PAX 2 foresee 2 VBR 1200s. In Slovakia, Mahovce 4 was mentioned, the Finnish, but also there is a new debate for new build, and I think this conference is part of that debate. In further east, southeastern Europe, we see even more countries looking for nuclear. Cernavodă in Romania, units 3 and 4 are in advanced stage of structuring the financing for these 2 new units. They just closed the financing for the refurbishment of Cernavodă 1 and 2, and they took a final investment decision for the first SMR, a new scale SMR. This is a private initiative on a different site. Then we see in Turkey 3 sites under consideration, one where advanced construction is ongoing. This is Akuyu, where 4 VBRs 1200 are under construction. The first one is expected to be commissioned later this year or early next year. And we see 2 more sites under consideration, the Sinop site on the Black Sea coast, North Turkey, where there is still ongoing competition for the technology selection between APR 1400 and VBR 1200. And the third site, the Trace site, which is close to the south border of in the European part of Turkey, close to the border with Bulgaria, with under discussion with Chinese partners for construction of further reactors. Not yet fully decided, but under considerations. In my own country, we are in advanced stage of expanding at Kozloduy site with 2 AP1000 reactors, Kozloduy 7 and 8, as we call them. And we are also analyzing the opportunities for, and we are about to begin a feasibility study for the role of small modular reactors in our energy mix in the future. Surprisingly or not, we not yet, but indeed Slovenia is at the advanced stage of considering expansion of Krško, where they operate 1 unit, and they have a joint ownership together with Croatia of that unit. But from their side, Greece, Croatia, and Serbia are considering nuclear and are doing feasibility studies, which are currently underway. So you see how New Europe, as some people call it, is very active in adopting and expanding their nuclear programs, but not just expanding the existing nuclear programs, but also expanding the countries which are looking for nuclear and non-nuclear countries, which today are looking at nuclear as a reliable source of low-carbon energy for the future, their future energy mix. Next slide, please. So this is the end of my my presentation, but few takeaways. I believe that choosing nuclear is certainly a way of addressing the challenges that we face today: energy security, climate change, affordability, industrial development, and competitiveness. And when we choose nuclear because of the long lifetime of those reactors, this is a selection of long-term partnership, which is about 100 years partnership, if you like, with the operation of 60 to 80 years, and with the preparation for the construction about 10 years, and the decommissioning at the end of the life cycle. So it goes to a century marriage. With this, I would like to thank for your attention. And last slide, you will see my coordinates. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kovachev. It was some interesting new information for us. And for me personally, it's very interesting that future nuclear energy, today we have from several experts in energy resort, same opinion. It is very, very interesting for us. And in our discussing time, I want to give you some question. For example, it's for me interesting your opinion about small nuclear reactors. It's very interesting for us. Yeah, we have another opinion too about future these small reactors. But it was very interesting here your opinion. Why you're thinking that this is interesting future for Europe? It's very interesting for us. Thank you very, very much. Now we have next very interesting person, Mr. or Senior Stefano Vernola, Vice President of the Center for Study of Eurasia and the Mediterranean, Italy. Please, sir. You can take microphone, please. You have microphone. Very good, beauty.
Sì? Mi sentite? It's okay? Okay. Geopolitical conflicts and European energy dependence on the United States, consequences and solutions. International Energy Agency says in last days is the largest energy crisis in history, and Europe losing 500 million euros a day. European-Russia energy cooperation had helped lay the foundation for the European Union's strategic autonomy. In April 2022, two researchers from Beijing Tae Institute says the Europeans was already Russia's largest energy importer, and Russia had never menaced the European Union's security. But unlike imports from the Middle East, Russian energy imports offered both lower cost and better stability of supply, which reinforces the international competitiveness of the European economy. But we know that appears in recent years, the United States has sold shale oil and gas to the European Union, but both Nord Stream pipelines were subsequently sabotaged from Secret Service of Ukraine. The chief of Secret Service of Ukraine was arrested in Italy recently. Bad geopolitical choice, high energy price, European Union LNG liquefied natural gas imports involve shipping costs, construction costs, and terminal operation costs. Domestic industrial market is significantly lower than that of LNG exported from the United States to Europe. Electricity and gas costs increased by 45.6% compared to 2021 now. This is a graphic of point virtual exchange of gas in Italy in the last month. Do you know the increase in May? This is the 19 May of 2026, the last point virtual exchange of gas. Geofinancial consequence for euro and dollar, capital flight from Europe caused by the Russia-Ukraine conflict. European Union-Russia energy cooperation has increased in the past the use of euro in the international community, but now these United States LNG and oil orders are settled in dollars instead of euros, which causes a strong impact on the international status of the European currency. And the United States forced the Atlantic bloc states to increase the purchase of United States government bonds and the use of the dollar in trade. Donald Trump in particular is trying to make a deal with Moscow to buy Russian oil so he can be paid for in dollars, and maybe is sell Russian energy to European now. This is a possibility. The decline of Europe's two major manufacturing powers between 2021 and 2025, manufacturing production fell by 5.7% in Italy and 6.5% in Germany, marking an average decline of 6.3% for the two largest European manufacturing economies. And now the last date, European Union growth in 2020 slowed to plus 1.3%. Conflict in Persian Gulf, exit of Emirates Arab United from OPEC. There is a possibility to have the best price for gas, but in short term, the Emirates exit is not expected to have a major immediate effect on price, because the market remains conditioned by regional disruption and geopolitical risks. Now, for Europe, the most significant problem is not again crude oil, but liquefied natural gas. Before the war in Iran began, Brussels predicted the new LNG supplies arriving by the end of the year, and in 2027 would allow the bloc to definitively free itself from Russian hydrocarbons. But for the aggression from the United States and Israel to Iran, the damage to the Ras Laffan complex in Qatar, the largest LNG facility in the world, now seriously jeopardize this strategy, and some politicians in Europe and Italy too are therefore calling for a return to buying Russian gas. This is a projection for April 2026, Gulf crisis and increment of gas prices. The tax. In addition, the technical difficulties limited the United States engineering capacity and therefore pose further bottlenecks. Only a few companies, Bechtel, Chiyoda Corporation, JGG Holdings, and Technip Energies, combine technical expertise, track records, and financial strength to execute projects that can cost tens of billions of dollars. Now, the Italian government, for example, has formally requested a waiver from the European Commission to the Stability Pact to separate energy costs from budget targets and the deficit. But now the answers of European Commission is negative, and this is a big problem for Italian government. European Qatar and gas Qatar effect. This is a perspective for the 1st November, the deficit of natural gas for 1st November 2026. Right, it's clear. Three key consequences. First, dependence of United States energy will increase, and probably from oil too, because United States want now is the large exporter from oil. Second, with gas market tightening, calls for the lifting of sanctions on Russian hydrocarbons could become more insistent. And third, European industrial companies pay now 4 to 5 times more than the American competitors for gas. Electricity price for energy intensive sectors are on average double those in the United States and 50% higher than those in China and India. Conclusions, in a medium to long term, the most obvious option for the European bloc will be to intensify demand reduction, expand renewables, and accelerate grid integration. But in a short term, Europeans have no easy way out of the energy squeeze. The current state of Euro and European Union are no longer sustainable in the long term. If the costs of losing sovereignty exceed the benefits, member states will withdraw their political allegiance to Brussels. In the meantime, the only possible option for survival is to seek Eurasian diplomacy and achievement of true strategic autonomy from the United States. But this is not easy. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, sir. It's interesting for me that now we have here another opinion, and I personally have some question, and in our discussing time, maybe we can speak with you about. Thank you very much, Mr. Vernola. Now, our calling from Germany, Herr Michael Hüppert, German expert on energy markets and decentralized energy system. Bitte.
Can I get the presenter, please? And my folio? Hello? My presentation, please. You get my presentation in the morning? I think so. I think so. That it's technique and that it's live. That's normally for symposium and congresses.
There is not enough gigawatt for your
That's my mighty voice. Huh? It's only a few minutes. I think it's a very interesting speak. Now let us talk about energy. Ah, there is. Hello. Yeah. First, the question, Graham. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Michael Hoppertz, and I'm a journalist and consultant to Blue Energy Group in Germany. And for many years, I was involved in energy congresses, particularly in sponsoring exhibitor relations and the development of exhibition formats in the German energy sector in the environment of institutions such as VDE and BDEW. This work gave me a practical view of energy markets, technology communications, and the way new energy concepts are presented to industry, utilities, municipalities, and political decision makers. In addition, I support the editorial work of the Eurasian Gesellschaft with Mr. Alexander Ra, especially on question of energy, geopolitics, dialogue, and European resilience. Today, I would like to speak about an energy resource that is often underestimated, residual waste. Not waste as garbage, but waste as a collection of material streams that may still contain energy, value, and strategic potential. My presentation is called The Overlooked Energy Resource: Waste, Syngas, and Decentralized Power in Europe's Search for Energy Sovereignty. My perspective today is journalistic and practical. How can Europe use local resources more intelligently? And how can waste management, heat supply, and decentralized power generation become part of a more resilient energy strategy? Europe's energy strategy is often discussed through a limited set of technologies: wind powers, solar energy, hydropower, hydrogen, storages like batteries, and electricity grids. All of these technologies are important, but the debate is often too narrow, because energy is not only electric, energy is also heat, energy is infrastructure, energy is land use, energy is water availability, and energy is the ability to provide controllable power when wind and solar are not available. Many European countries face additional constraints. They have pressure to reduce landfill. They still have residual waste streams after sorting and recycling. They face limited land availability for new infrastructure. They face drought risk and that affect hydropower. And they need stable heat supply for municipalities, industry, and district heating systems. This is why Europe does not only need more renewable energy. Europe needs a more intelligent energy system, one that connects electricity, heat, waste management, water, land use, and decentralized power generation. Shaped by the 3 Ds, digitalization, decentralization, and decarbonization, which have been well known for years. When we speak about waste, we should not think of one single material. Waste is a mix of different material streams: organic residues, paper fibers, wood residues, such sludge, plastics, and residual fractions after sorting and recycling. Of course, the first priority must always be waste prevention. The second priority is reuse and recycling. But even after these steps, residual fractions remain. And these residual materials create a practical question for many European countries. What should be done with them? Landfilling is under pressure. Recycling targets are increasing. Treatment capacity are uneven. And many existing waste-to-energy systems need modernization. Bratislava, example, is a useful example for my research. The city already has waste-to-energy infrastructure, but even their modernization could achieve progress, because the challenge is not simply to burn waste, the challenge is to treat residual waste more efficiently, more cleanly, and in a way that connect with electricity and heat supply. This is why waste is no longer only a disposal issue. It is also an infrastructure issue, a heat issue, and an energy strategy issue. The question is not only how Europe disposes of waste, but how intelligently Europe can be used residual materials that cannot be meaningfully recycled. Renewable energy is the foundation of Europe's future energy strategy. Hydropower, wind, and solar are all essential, but they are not without limits. Hydropower is valuable because it is renewable and more controllable than wind and solar. But it depends on water, and water is becoming less predictable. Drought, change in river flows, ecological protection, and conflicts around river systems limit how far hydropower can be expanded. Wind and solar are also indispensable. They are scalable, proven, and increasingly cost-effective. But they depend on weather conditions. They need grids, storage, land, and public acceptance. This is not an argument against hydropower, wind, or solar. It is an argument for system intelligence. Europe needs a combination of technologies: large-scale renewables, storage, grids, heat networks, and controllable decentralized energy systems. The future energy system will not be built by one technology alone. It will be built by intelligent combination. When we speak about waste, we should be very precise. Waste is not one single material. It's a mixture of very different material streams. Some of them are biogenic, such as wood, residues, or biodegradable fractions. Some are municipal, such as residual waste after sorting and recycling. Some are industrial or infrastructure related, such as paper fibers or sewage sludge. And some fractions may contain plastics or composite materials that are no longer suitable for high-quality recycling. The distinction is important. We should not say everything can simply be turned into energy. That would be technical and political wrong. The real question is more precise. Which residual materials are suitable? How can they be prepared? Can they be dried, conditioned, and standardized? Can emissions be controlled? Can the process be approved and integrated into our local energy systems? This is where residual materials become strategically interesting. They are already available locally. They often create disposable pressure, and in some cases, they still contain energy that can be recovered. So the key question is not whether waste can simply be burned. The key question is whether residual materials can be processed, standardized, and converted into a controlled energy carrier. After looking at the broader European context, I would now like to introduce one technology example, the blue energy system. The important point is not the present one company as the only solution. The important point is the principle behind the system. Residual materials are not used in an uncontrolled way. They are processed, conditioned, and standardized. Within the blue energy approach, suitable residual materials can be processed into standardized energy carriers, the trademarked blue energy sticks. Their composition can vary depending on the available material streams. What matters is the controlled fuel format. During thermochemical conversion, process parameters such as temperature can be adjusted to achieve the optimal pyrolysis. These standard energy carriers can then be used in compact thermochemical cube systems. Inside this process, the material is converted into a gas. This gas is then cleaned and conditioned. The result is syngas, a usable energy gas that can be used for combined heat and power generation. So the decisive transformation is not simply from waste to energy. It is from heterogeneous residual material to a standardized energy carrier, and from there to syngas. Once syngas is available, the next question is, how can it be used locally? This leads us to decentralized cube systems, combined heat and power, and the question of land use. Once synthesis gas becomes available, the next question that arises is how it can be utilized within a viable energy system. This is precisely where compact, decentralized systems gain significance. A thermochemical cube system is not merely a reactor. It is an integral component of a local energy architecture. It interconnects residual materials, gas generation, electricity production, and heat supply. The generated gas can be utilized in combined heat and power plants, CHP in short time. This means that the system generates not only electricity but also usable heat, whether for district heating networks, municipal infrastructure, industrial sites, or local energy grids. Naturally, it can also provide cooling via heat exchangers. This represents a critical distinction. A large portion of the European energy debate focuses on the electricity sector. Yet, in many regions, heat supply is a critical issue for cities, industry, hospitals, residential areas, and existing district heating networks. Another aspect is land requirements. Wind and solar installations require vast areas. They operate volatile and their energy harvest fluctuates. This is not a weakness, but rather inherent to the nature of these technologies. Compact thermochemical systems, by contrast, exhibit a completely different spatial profile. Example, a 4 megawatt cube can be implemented on a footprint of merely around 225 square meters. This by no means implies that such systems are intended to replace wind or solar energy. Rather, they can complement them, particularly at locations where residual materials are available. Heat is required, and energy generation is to take place as close as possible to the point of consumption. The strategic added value lies in decentralization, local resources, local energy, and local heat. Let me conclude with the central point of this presentation. Europe's energy sovereignty will not be achieved by one single technology. It will not be wind alone, solar alone, hydropower alone, hydrogen alone, or waste to energy alone. The future will depend on intelligent combinations. Europe will need renewable electricity, but also heat systems. It will need grids and storage, but also controllable decentralized power. It will need recycling, but also solutions for residual materials that cannot be meaningfully recycled. This is where past syngas and decentralized power systems become strategically relevant, not as a replacement for existing renewable technologies, but as a complementary element in a more resilient energy architecture. The stronger Europe becomes in using its own local resources, residual materials, heat networks, decentralized infrastructure, and regional energy systems, the less vulnerable it becomes to external shocks, price volatility, and infrastructure bottlenecks. Energy sovereignty is therefore not only about where Europe buys energy. It is also about how intelligent Europe uses the resources it already has. This presentation has offered a journalistic and technical perspective on residual materials, syngas, and decentralized power systems. If you are interested in technical cooperation, project development, strategic partnerships, or shareholder opportunities related to Blue Energy Group, I will be happy to continue the conversation after the presentation. This is not only a technical question, it is also a question of markets, communication, and trusted networks. Together with experts from the Eurasian Gesellschaft, we can support companies and partners in entering the German, Austria, Switzerland region, as well as selected Central and Eastern European markets, especially where energy technology, infrastructure, waste management, and regional resilience come together. I thank for your attendance. Thank you.
So, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. And we have now here another very interesting and new opinion. And yeah, for me, for example, this seal gas is something new. What about heat and electricity? In Slovakia, I think we have some very interesting examples for several regions in Slovakia. Yeah, it is now for us. Okay, thank you. And in discussing time, we can speak about. Now we have last speaker before coffee break, Mr. Dmitry Monak, independent energy efficiency expert. Topic: New Europe, development of the European energy sector. England. Please, sir.
Want to? No. Thank you very much for possibility to speak here. It's a great opportunity for me. I would like to make a small approach to my speech. So, why politicians who has their own opinion? Why politicians who tries to protect their citizens, their country, are blamed and called far-right populists? And why we are not speaking about far-left populists? In my opinion, green transition, the way how it is promoted by Brussels is nothing but left-wing populism, because they're trying to rob rich, the industry, and to give money to to people who will vote for them. So the name of my speech is not ideology, but efficiency, affordable energy as the foundation of Slovakia's competitiveness. Colleagues, we will speak honestly about European energy today without ideological decoration. The main trend is no longer about providing how green we are at any cost. The main trend is predictability, affordability, and the ability to plan energy prices. This is important both for industry and for households. In the end, the competitiveness of an economy is not defined by the number of slogans about transition. It is defined by whether a business can clearly plan its spending on electricity and heat, and whether their family can live without constant fear of the next energy bill. This is exactly where the European agenda is moving today, from abstract decarbonization to the idea of affordable energy. In this sense, for Slovakia, the discussion should not be able how to follow the next fashionable agenda. It should be about how to keep industry alive, protect consumers, and keep the real cost of energy at an acceptable level. Because everything we discuss in energy always comes down to money. As was said, I am a specialist in improving the energy efficiency of urban heating system and large CHP plants. But usually when I speak with my client, I say, I want to sell you your money back. I always say that I sell not the equipment, I sell the money efficiency, cost efficiency. And the efficiency is the core of any economy, of any business. Cheap and stable electricity means a competitive industry. Cheap and stable heat means quality of life. Stronger cities and normal cost-based business. Even something as simple as no extreme heat in your production hall in summer means higher production efficiency. It means that you will gain more profit. At the same time, unlike many countries in Europe, Slovakia is not in a weak position. It has a very strong starting point. It already has something that many countries in Europe don't have, strong baseload generation. According to Eurostat, in 2024, 61.6% of electricity in Slovakia was produced by nuclear power plants, and I definitely support that. In the European Union, only France had a higher share. This is not just a statistic, it means that the country already has a foundation of energy resilience that many others are still trying to build. I am very glad that the leadership of Slovakia has been wise enough not to blindly follow trends coming from Brussels and shut down its nuclear power plants. So my first point is very simple. Local generation is becoming critically important again. We can no longer rely on the naive idea that if needed, we can always just import missing energy and the market will solve everything by itself. The last few years have shown that imports can be expensive, politically toxic, limited by infrastructure, and simply unpredictable. This means that any country that wants to be resilient must first of all rely on its own generation, on nuclear power, on well-designed renewables, and I want to stress well-designed renewables, on cogeneration, on reserve capacity, and on system flexibility. And here I want to stress one more thing. Today the question is not only how many megawatts we can build. The real question is how stable and flexible the whole system is. Modern energy is competition of is not a competition of beautiful presentations about new sources. It's an engineering task. How to get through morning and evening peaks, how to handle volatility of the gas spot market, how to survive disruptions, how to smooth the load curve, and how to avoid putting industry in the situation where energy prices change widely every month. There is why I believe the center of today's discussion should be balancing batteries, grid development, gas storage, decentralized generation, and reserve capacity. Decentralized generation is indeed a path to energy security, but by itself it guarantees nothing if we do not have a balancing tool. If we do not have batteries, we do not have a well-developed grid, if we do not have reserve mechanism, then any beautiful picture of the energy transition turns into an expensive and nervous system. This is why I don't believe that we should give up gas or even part of our coal reserves today, just because it may sound politically attractive to someone. Gas CHP plants can play an important balancing role, and they play. Conversely, limited used coal capacity can remain an insurance policy in times of instability. This is not about going back to the past. It's about a major understanding that an energy system should not be ideologically pure. It should be stable and manageable. But every strength also has a weak side, and this is my second key point. Too much reliance on one pillar always creates risk. Yes, nuclear energy is a huge advantage for Slovakia today, and it should definitely not be abandoned. But if something happens to nuclear base, forced repairs, delays in maintenance, fuel problems, political pressure, this can very quickly damage the country's ability to protect its industry. So nuclear is a major advantage, but only if it is part of a broader system that also includes diversification, flexibility, storage, grid, local sources, etc. I think these are very well-known truths, so I would also like to highlight another topic, efficiency itself. And here we are speaking not only about electricity, but also about fuel efficiency in general. We're speaking about heat and also about what electricity is often used for in summer to produce of cooling. In my opinion, this issue has been underestimated in Europe for a long time. I would even say that in many cases, heat and cooling are the underestimated center of the whole energy discussion. I'm convinced that for Slovakia and for Central Europe in general, thermal energy for households and industry must be as cheap as possible. And here we need completely different logic. For too long, we have looked at the heat as something that simply has to be produced usually by burning some fossil fuel. But in modern system, heat should not only be generated, it should be also collected. Collected from every possible waste source, from industry, from CHP plants, from chemical production, from wastewater, from industry process, from anywhere this heat is now simply being thrown away into the environment. In my opinion, it is very useful here to look at the experience of Lithuania. There is the district heating network, doesn't work like a passive fuel consumer or transporter. It works like an organizer of the heat market. Put simply, there is a basic high price for the heat produced from the gas. Then different suppliers on auction can offer their heat to the network by volume, by temperature level, and by price. The network chooses the better offer, and if someone fails to meet the obligations, the system is balanced by a resource source such as the gas. In my view, this is a very sensible approach. It makes the whole system think not about how to burn more fuel, but about how to provide heat and to the final consumer more cheaply and more efficiently. Yes, this needs political will, because it means allowing third parties into the city networks, and yes, it reduces central control. But market liberalization can produce a very different result. In Vilnius district heating, the cost of thermal energy delivery to the consumer is around 80-90 euro per megawatt hour. In Žilina, for example, in Slovakia, so calculated cost is of around 123 euro per megawatt hour. I believe that 30% of savings would make consumer much more happier. And here I see a very direct practical opportunity for Slovakia. The country has industry, cities, enterprises, and cogeneration assets. That means it also has a huge unused potential of waste heat. That is why I believe the new logic of heat supply should be built around three things: heat collecting, network development, and strong incentives for efficiency. Tree generation and district cooling could become something that significantly reduce the load on generation assets in summer, while also reduce the cost of electricity generation through the sale of cooling, let's call it, energy. Let me give a more practical example. Today in Slovakia, there are modernization projects where old coal CHP plants are being replaced by new gas engine units. In general, this is the right direction. But the problem is that new equipment alone doesn't mean an optimal system. Very often we see projects designed with a strong focus on the electricity side, while the heat potential is not used fully, not to speak about cooling. So large amounts of money are spent, good equipment is installed, but the total fuel efficiency of the system still remains below. the level that could be achieved with better integration. And this is no longer just a technology issue. It is a question of project architecture, heat scheme design, incentives, and the quality of engineering thinking. And to say honestly, people who are responsible for such projects are absolutely not interested to achieve extra efficiency. It's just simply not their KPI. Just from the beginning on this project, I see the possibility to achieve extra 8% of fuel efficiency. This is why I believe the system should be designed so the equipment owners are interested not simply in producing megawatts, but in using every cubic meter of gas and every unit of fuel as fully as possible. And if this requires a competitive model for access to the heat network, it requires auctions. If it requires stricter requirements for new projects, then this need to be discussed seriously. This leads to another important point. In my opinion, new districts and new developments should not automatically receive their own separate gas boiler houses as the standard solution. This is too primitive for modern urban energy system. Yes, a local reserve or peak source may be needed, but in principle, new district should either be connected to the city heating network so that the network can integrate waste heat and from different sources, or they should at least have a full cogeneration logic. And if we are speaking about a truly modern approach, then we should look not only at the pipes and boilers, but also at available natural and urban resources. When you look at Bratislava at the Danube, at the dense urban structure, at the scale of heating demand and summer cooling demand, a simple question appears: why are we still speaking so little about systems that use the river, wastewater, industrial discharge, heat pumps, district cooling, or absorption chillers? Why do we still think in terms of separate facilities instead of one urban system? In summer, when it is 30 degrees outside, the load on the power system grows because of the air conditioning. But this is exactly the moment when we should think not only about additional electricity consumption, but also about district cooling, about using heat to produce cooling, about CHP linked with absorption chillers, about free cooling, about water sources for heat pumps that can cool chiller condensers more efficiently. This is not futurism. It is a question of where we are able to look at the system as a whole. So my overall conclusion is this. For Slovakia, the energy transition should not mean copying fashionable European templates. It should not be about protecting the ambitions of politicians in Brussels who often do not understand energy very well. It should be pragmatic, engineering-based, and economic. The interest of Slovakia, its industry, and its people should come first. Slovakia already has a strong base, nuclear generation, and good geographical position, and industrial profile, and the potential of the local energy system. But if the country wants to turn this advantage into long-term competitiveness, it must think not only about megawatts, but also about flexibility, not only about electricity, but also about heat, not only about generation, but also about networks, not only about new technologies, but also about full use of resources that already exist around us. The winners will not be countries that speaks the loudest about transition. The winners will be the countries that can give their industry and their citizens cheap, predictable, and resilient energy. And Slovakia has a very good starting condition for that, if it uses them wisely, not ideologically.
Now we must choose, make coffee break and later discussing, or now discussing and later coffee break, please.
I have a short remark. Yeah. Could you show the slide, please? I would give me that pointer. Slovakia or not, or even Czechoslovakia is not in the beginning. I'm sorry. We have a fully developed system which is destroyed by European policy. I will show you the simulation. Why not batteries, for example? it must be done by engineers, not by politicians. It's a simulation of check diagram 1 year. This is the yellow is solar, and the blue is either pump or batteries. The model, it was a unit commitment model, and it could build any amount of batteries if it wanted. Why did it build only 2 gigawatts of batteries or hydro pumps? Because if you have a look at this solar, if you store more than 2 gigawatts, the sunny days are not random. You have either sunny week or rainy week, yeah. And if you store more than you consume during the day, you compete with the fresh solar energy next day. So it's wasting money. And the only mechanism which is making those wasting energy with batteries or even with energy liquidation from the system is market deformation. So from the point of view of engineering, we are both Czech Republic and Slovakia on a very high level. We know how to handle with nuclear energy. Who knows how to handle with it? Who was able to put into the system the power plant Mochovce? So sorry, we are not in the beginning. And it was some example of the engineering mind or against some political mind. Thank you.
Nie, to byla simulácia. My jsme vysvětlíme pauze. To byla simulácia, tam byly pumpy, hydro pump, and it was simulation with Karel Winkler, if you know.
Hydro pump je jako přečerpávací od nebe?
Přečerpávací, no. Either battery or any storage. Yeah, you have different kind of storage, either batteries or hydro pump. It's the same, but you are saving energy only a limited amount because otherwise it does not have any technological sense. Yeah.
May I just give some comments? The idea is not to store as much as you can. Yeah, the idea is to use, for example, battery with a nuclear power plant, battery with a coal-based plant, just for balancing, just to regulate the grid. So you have 61% base load. Thank you. You have 61% of base load made by nuclear power. I really don't know countries who has so much nuclear power as a base load in Europe, except France. Yeah? But you cannot get from, I don't know, 300 megawatts to 350 in a second. Yeah? But using battery, you can use this power, this base load, to balance the power if there is some peak. This is the idea.
We have Černivách in Slovakia instead of batteries, but what makes sense, you are right, is heating plants. Yeah, but heating plants are destroyed by emission allowances because we have cogeneration in all the cities, in all the factories. We had some installation of generation. Not only heating for households, but also industrial vapor, hot vapor for factories. Let's say for chemical factories, and because of emission allowances, they reduced the power of those plants down to 30 megawatts, and it was only heating plants. So it was a destruction of our working system by emission allowances. It was working, and it was really accumulating also heating, also electric power from outside. But the best way is to use it, for example, in summer, the solar for heating hot water. Yeah.
Okay, maybe. Regarding destroying of the heating system, colleague from Germany, I heard that you're a journalist, and this is, in my opinion, a very interesting situation for you. For example, in Bremen, they have built a very big CHP based on Wärtsilä gas engines. They spent 190 million euro to build this project. And they made it just because they had no right to replace their peak boilers, which they usually use like 10% per year, with gas boilers. It was allowed either to use cogeneration or to build something on biomass or other source. So the thing is that 190 million euros was spent just to cover peaks, and the price is on the end client, on the consumer. So definitely the regulation, which doesn't allow to use big boilers, especially peak boilers in district heating systems, it's wrong direction. I can propose the technology which will allow to use it, because it's written in regulation that if the big gas boiler is used in condensing mode, then it's possible to use it. But it is not, it not suits every heating network, but there is such possibility. But anyway, I suppose that we need to support a heating grid, and we need to develop it and definitely collect waste heat, and to use energy from CHPs during summertime to provide district cooling. This is something which is done by Finland, which is done by Denmark, which are more cold than Slovakia or Czech Republic. So I live in the big tall building here, and I'm just out of energy. I mean that cooling energy to cool down my apartment here, because I need this cooling. And if I have energy of Danube, if I have district cooling, it will be approximately free for me.
Yeah. So I agree. Also, cooling is very advantageous in, like in Italy, in South Europe, because you are cooling in summer. And you are not heating, usually you are not heating in winter. And to have twice more sun radiation than we are, or than they have in Germany. So it's also, in my opinion, it's regional, and I fully agree that central cooling is some very good idea. But also you must adapt the construction of the house. If you have some skeleton.
I'm very sorry, sir. I am very sorry. We can continue your discussing in coffee break time, okay? Now, yes, now write us a coffee and something to eat, please. And later we can continue. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we must continue. Second part of our symposium, please. Sit down, please. And now we have... Где Monsignor? Он должен быть. Ah, yes. We have a very important guest from Italy, Monsignor Jean-Marie Gervais. Как надо читать? Gervais? Французский, да? Gervais. Head of the national structure Osservatorio di Pazze, Italy. Thank you very much, sir. And now, yeah, you can begin. Thank you very much.
L'energia nucleare nell'Europa centrale, stabilità e indipendenza. Introduzione. L'energia non è soltanto una questione tecnica o economica, è una delle forme più profonde della forza di una comunità, perché sostiene il lavoro, la continuità, la dignità della vita quotidiana e la fiducia nel domani. In tempi di incertezza, quando la fragilità dei sistemi emergono con chiarezza, diventa evidente quanto sia importante disporre di basi solide e durature. In questa prospettiva, l'energia nucleare torna a essere considerata non solo come una soluzione industriale, ma come un segno di responsabilità verso il futuro. Vediamo adesso, evidentemente, il ruolo dell'Europa centrale. Paesi come la Polonia, la Repubblica Ceca, la Slovacchia, l'Ungheria, Romania e Bulgaria scelgono il nucleare come elemento centrale della propria strategia energetica. In questa scelta si riflettono la consapevolezza dei limiti dell'attuale modello energetico e la volontà di costruire una maggiore autonomia. L'Europa centrale, che conosciamo tutti, appare così come una regione, vasta regione, che non si limita a seguire i cambiamenti, ma che contribuisce a orientarlo, cercando un equilibrio maturo tra rinnovabili, industria e fonti programmabili. Stabilità e responsabilità in questa scelta. Il valore più grande del nucleare è la sua capacità di offrire continuità. In un mondo segnato da oscillazioni improvvise, questa continuità diventa quasi un bene comune, una presenza silenziosa ma essenziale che sostiene la rete elettrica, protegge le imprese, riduce l'instabilità dei prezzi e garantisce una base affidabile per lo sviluppo. L'energia nucleare, proprio per la sua natura costante e pianificabile, rappresenta una scelta di prudenza e di lungimiranza. Non promette l'immediato, evidente, ma costruisce ciò che deve durare, che dura. Vediamo adesso esempi concreti di un cammino già avviato in Europa centrale. Questo orientamento non resta teorico, ma si traduce in decisioni concrete. Per esempio, la Polonia sta costruendo il suo proprio impianto nucleare con l'obiettivo di rafforzare l'indipendenza energetica. Vediamo adesso la Repubblica Ceca. La Repubblica Ceca continua a investire nell'espansione dei propri siti nucleari, riconoscendo in questa fonte una risorsa indispensabile per il futuro. Dove siamo adesso? La Slovacchia ha già fatto del nucleare una componente essenziale del proprio equilibrio energetico. L'Ungheria porta avanti il progetto PAX-2 come risposta strategica alla necessità di stabilità. Anche la Romania e anche la Bulgaria considerano il nucleare uno strumento di continuità, di modernizzazione e, lo vediamo, insistiamo, di sovranità. Geopolitica e libertà. Nozione molto importante per questo paese che hanno avuto un passato molto travagliato, da tutto il Novecento. La dipendenza energetica non è solo una questione di approvvigionamento, è anche una forma di vulnerabilità politica. Ridurre l'esposizione alle importazioni di gas e petrolio significa restituire alle nazioni, a queste nazioni, una parte importante della loro libertà decisionale e ci tengono giustamente. In questo senso, il nucleare contribuisce non solo a diversificare il mix energetico, ma anche a rafforzare la capacità degli Stati di non subire passivamente pressione esterna. È una scelta che unisce intelligenza strategica e desiderio di indipendenza. Una visione più ampia del futuro. L'Europa centrale può diventare il luogo in cui si sperimenta una nuova armonia tra progresso e misura, tra tecnologia e responsabilità, tra innovazione e bene comune. Il futuro energetico non potrà fondarsi su un solo principio, come l'abbiamo visto, ma sulla capacità di mettere in relazione diverse fonti e esigenze e una sintesi equilibrata. In questo quadro il nucleare per il nostro Paese non appare come un'alternatività ideologica, bensì come parte di una visione equilibrata e ordinato del progresso. Concludendo, direi, per l'Europa centrale l'energia nucleare non rappresenta il ritorno al passato, non è un ritorno al passato, ma un atto di fiducia nel futuro. È una scelta attuale che parla di stabilità, di sovranità e di responsabilità, ma anche di una profonda volontà di costituire l'interesse collettivo. Inserita in una politica energetica equilibrata e consapevole, questa politica, può contribuire a edificare un'Europa più sicura, un'Europa più autonoma, c'è da fare, e un'Europa più fedele alla propria missione storica. Anche lì dobbiamo provarci. Vi ringrazio.
Thank you very much. Я буду продолжать на русском, потому что мосье скоро русский понимает, чем английский. Хочу очень поблагодарить за поддержку. И остальные тоже здесь в основном говорят по-русски. Лучше меня, кое-кто. Например, Ян Черногорский. Это тебе комплимент только, не верь. И я хочу сейчас представить очень важную персону, которая 2 раза в наших последних симпозиумах выступала. Это Изабелла Кассел, journalist and researcher of international crisis regions, Middle East, Balkans, South America. She is from Germany. With pleasure, we hear you, please.
Thank you very much. I am also currently the project manager of the European Peace Project, which I started together with Ulrike Gerow. And also we started this year the new think tank, European Transcontinental Initiative. So I will talk a bit about energy and a bit about geopolitics and trying to piece it together. We now live in a world where energy is also a weapon. The 3rd installment of the cinematic trilogy based on Frank Herbert's Dune is coming out soon. In this fictional alternate reality, it is said, who controls the spice controls the universe. President Trump must be led by similar beliefs, thinking who controls the oil controls the world. But it is not as easy anymore because this is the old geopolitics. The new geopolitics says resilience is the new power. How can we achieve that? How can we avoid the risks of import dependency, build lasting new partnerships, and secure the physical energy routes? I will address this in 3 points. First, avoiding import dependency, structural diversification. Every country should naturally be sovereign in its decisions regarding its energy supply. Diversification is certainly not a bad thing, particularly in the event that, for whatever reason, a source of energy supply fails, whether due to war, the impassability of a transport route, or the sabotage of a transport infrastructure. I think we all know what I mean. Obviously, it is crucial to own and control one's own energy infrastructure, especially in Europe. The clearance sale of the Nord Stream pipelines to the USA is completely unacceptable. The USA do not only want to force overpriced fracking gas upon us, but also want to continue to dominate us in terms of foreign policy. We in Europe have to get Nord Stream pipelines repaired and running as originally planned with Russian gas. The sanctions have to be lifted for mutual benefit. Generally, the guiding principle surely remains proximity, affordability, safety, and cleanliness. I am aware that progress has been made regarding the operational lifespans of nuclear power plants, waste reduction, and similar issues. At the same time, as evidenced by both the war in Iran and the proxy war in Ukraine, we see that nuclear power plants are struck during a conflict or even deliberately targeted, the consequences can be catastrophic, coming perilously close even to the effects of nuclear weapons attack. There is no defense against this, and it appears that this issue is, to date, being discussed far too little. Then there is the demand side, diversification. The cheapest barrel of oil, of course, is the one you don't burn. Energy efficiency is the ultimate geopolitical hedge. For every 1% improvement in energy intensity, a nation reduces its import bill by roughly 2% and its political leverage to suppliers. South Korea, for example, shows this. Despite zero domestic oil, its energy intensity is half the global average. That is also sovereignty. Second, successful long-term mutual partnerships and trust building. With shared investment, long-term contracts with escape clauses, and political alignment beyond the barrel. How to find new long-term partnerships that last beyond the next election or price spike? History shows that energy partnerships fail when they are asymmetric, one side needs, the other dictates. The best partnerships are those where both parties gain mutual benefit and suffer both if the deal breaks. When negotiating new contracts, insisting on reciprocal infrastructure investments is crucial. You build a terminal in their port, they build a storage facility in your territory. Thus, fates are tied together. Long-term contracts need flexibility clauses. After 2022, spot markets went wild. The winners were nations that had 10 to 20-year contracts with price review mechanisms. Qatar's LNG deals with China and India include clauses that allow renegotiation if prices triple. That prevents the supplier from holding the buyer hostage. Also, inserting non-weaponization clauses is crucial. Explicit language that energy cannot be cut for political reasons with binding international arbitration. The Energy Charter Treaty is too weak and needs to be rewritten. Political alignment beyond energy. Successful partnerships pair energy with trade, technology, and security. When scouting new partners, ask, does this nation share our view on the world? Noteworthy in this context, I think, is the recent joint declaration by Russia and China on the transformation of a multipolar world as a strategic protective system to prevent a renewed division of the world into a rigid bloc logic. Russia represents a Eurasian hinterland, an energy supplier, a resource base, a land corridor, and a safeguard against maritime vulnerability for China as well as for Europe. The more insecure sea routes become, the more valuable Russia becomes. But it is not only that. The reference to the UN Charter in its entirety is important and remarkable in their declaration. While Western so-called values emphasize territorial integrity and sovereignty, the UN Charter includes indivisible security and conflict resolution through mutual balancing of interests and elimination of root causes. This is crucial to solving the Ukraine-NATO war against Russia, the US-Israel war against Iran, and the Israel against Palestine-Lebanon-Syria war. No state and no alliance may expand its security at the expense of others. The call for the democratization of a more just international relations, as well as the acknowledgement of diversity of world civilizations and values, went out to every nation state to join the effort. Overcoming US Western hegemony, which is self-destructing through its own double standards, decadence and arrogance, and building multipolarity means to prevent dividing the world into new blocks. It means preventing the declining old hegemon, the USA, from dictating rules based on the law of the stronger. It does not mean merely seeking better conditions for individual nation states with the old order, but rather, together with China, Russia, and the other BRIC states, peacefully shaping the new world order. To go more into depth on that, actually to elaborate on Europe's, the continent's role in designing the 21st century and navigating the multi-paradigm shift in the global system, we will hold an international Europe BRICS conference in September 26th to 27th. We will be delighted if you all come to discuss with us. More information you can find on our website of the European Transcontinental Initiative and the East-West Forum, as the conference is named. That leads us to the third very important point. Security energy transport routes, from choke points to resilience. So when you have diversified supply and locked-in partners, but energy still has to move. Securing the world's energy transport routes seems to be the biggest challenge. 7 choke points move 80% of global oil. The Strait of Hormuz, the Bab el-Mandeb, the Suez Canal. No nation can or should guard all of them alone. We need route redundancy. If a choke point closes, an alternative is needed. Build overland corridors. It might be expensive at first, but will bring a lot more security in the future. The southern gas corridor from Azerbaijan to Europe bypasses the Suez and Turkey Straits. The INSTC, International North-South Transport Corridor, connects India to Russia via Iran, geopolitically complex but physically alternative. For every major sea route, have a land-based backup, even if it is 30% more expensive. That cost is insurance. There could be a critical energy route protection pact created under the IMO, for example, withstanding naval rotations from major importers like China, Japan, Europe, or India. It could, of course, not be NATO, since that is an outdated, dangerous, warmongering alliance, instigating and prolonging wars, and because Russia and China are also users. A neutral, rules-based security umbrella is needed here, embedded in a new security architecture and international relations of a new type in which Europe, the continent, should play a neutral and mediating role between East and West. Subsea infrastructure, pipelines and cables are the invisible arteries. They are vulnerable to anchors, sabotage, and state action. After Nord Stream, no nation can ignore this. Require subsea surveillance corridors using, for example, autonomous underwater vehicles or seabed sensors. Declare major pipelines and cables as protected zones under international law with explicit penalties for interference. I come to my conclusion, from vulnerability to resilience. The current situation shows no nation will truly have energy security because it has the largest tanker fleet or is the biggest military power. Actually, the USA, with all their record-breaking military budgets, lost every war they started so far. Most of them were about controlling the oil or transit routes. As a collateral benefit of the unjustified war of aggression waged by Israel and the USA against Iran, the petrodollar payment system will collapse. Here too, emphasis should be placed on diversification when establishing a new equitable payment system. A country will have reliable, secure energy supply when it is sovereign in its decisions, when it has multiple ways to get energy, multiple partners with good relations, and multiple layers of protection on diverse routes. The cost of the system is not trivial, but the cost of failure, a frozen winter, a blockaded strait, a purported ally blowing up your energy infrastructure, or even an economic war escalating into a hot war, leaving Europe destroyed beyond reconstruction, is civilizationally unacceptable. Europe is not the West, but needs to perceive its own interests. Peaceful economic and cultural cooperation with all its neighbors, non-alignment, and international understanding.
We have finished, yeah?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting hear you. Yeah? And sometimes I thinking maybe now I hear not you, but hear me. absolute same idea and conclusion. Thank you very much. Yeah, we must continue with you, our cooperation. We work together 2 years and a little bit more. And for me, it's very interesting, really, your symposium BRICS. And we are ready to help you. Everything what do you want for your symposium. Thank you very much again. And later, when we... Yes. And later when we have discussing, I have some question for you. But I'm really under impression what I have now here from you. Isabella Castle. Now we have another guest that is member of all our symposium, Mr. Jan Buzek, yeah, geopolitician, publisher, Czech Republic. Please, Mr. Buzek.
Thank you. I hope translation from English to English is also available. It should have been joke. I would like to begin my reflection with a fitting quote often attributed to Albert Einstein. If I had only 1 hour to save the world, I would spend 55 minutes identifying the problem and 5 minutes solving it. Our continent remembers the most devastating war in history, the Second World War, which ended 81 years ago with the crushing defeat of Nazi Germany, the destruction of its industry, and colossal pollution losses. That was in 1945. Yet a miracle occurred. The German economy not only rose from the ashes, but within 15 years surpassed all other, and by 1960 became the world's third most powerful economy after United States and Great Britain. However, Germany did not enjoy this position for long. Just 5 years later, in 1965, the Japanese economy overtook it. Both economies, recently destroyed, bombed, and devastated, required only 15 and 20 years, respectively, to return to economic prominence. This was not solely the achievement of Germans and Japanese themselves. It was the result of carefully designed foreign investments, purposeful work, and steadily rising level of education, and last but not least, perhaps first and foremost, the opening of markets for their products. It therefore appeared evident that the development of Germany and Japan required the determined interest of transnational forces rather than merely domestic capital, talent, and industriousness. In the Czech Republic, we have now lived under the current political system for approximately 37 years. We entered it as an educated society, reproducing itself through its own population and with assets entirely owned by the state and unburdened by foreign debt. After 37 years of democracy, elementary school graduates count on their fingers, and market vendors need calculator to add 40 and 60 together. The original population is declining and being replaced by immigrants. State finances are drawing in debt, perhaps still proportionally lower than in the West European average, yet without a realistic possibility of repayment, since most productive assets have been sold into foreign hands. Before the recent period of what is now called global instability, electricity and gas prices for citizens had already been raised to the highest level in Europe relative to purchase power parity, and water in Czech Republic became more expensive than in Israel. This despite the fact that we are the country with surplus of nuclear generated electricity, which we nevertheless prefer to export cheaply to our Western neighbors. Meanwhile, over those 37 years, our wages have maintained a gap of roughly 2/3 compared to German salaries. We possess rich reserves of hard coal and lignite. Their use, however, has become bounded by draconic emissions allowance traded, again, in Western markets. For too long, we built solar power plants benefiting energy barons under excessively generous subsidized purchase price. Now we are preparing the same fraud against citizens through wind farms. Under socialism, with only slight exaggeration, we were able to build a nuclear power plant ourselves. Today, we are unable even to organize a successful tender process for the same kind of project. State support for individual solar energy may appear appealing, but it is fundamentally unfair because it is ultimately subsidized by those who own little or nothing. This is clear that the Czech Republic cannot function without imports of natural gas and oil. However, dependence could be significantly reduced if building insulation programs continue. At the same time, the current example of China demonstrates that a substantial portion of transport can be shifted towards electromobility. Eventually, even Czech government will build new nuclear power units. Never mind that they may lose twice as much as and include a smaller share of domestic suppliers than competitive alternatives. The government of Czech Republic offers the nation no vision, sets no meaningful goals, and merely carries out a managed dismantling of the state on the edge of social cohesion. And although we may tend to believe that things are different, better somewhere abroad, I have reason to think that this is the European reality shaped by somebody else's interest. The interest of those forces capable to rebuild Germany from ashes within 15 years, or slowly weakening and draining Europe for over 50. Nevertheless, today solar power plants in Czechia generates 4.5 terawatt hours annually, and it represents about 6% of total electricity production. Panels can panels in total are spread on roughly 4,000 hectares, which is equivalent of ideal square with the sides measuring 6.3 kilometers, which is not that much. Solar energy, especially when combined with a storage system and naturally not as a standalone solution, addressed energy security requirements. It requires fewer high voltage transmission networks, and it's less dependent on fuel suppliers. I have no doubt that the Czech Republic is capable of overcoming these energy challenges. First, however, we must separate necessary changes from ideological manuals. Above all, we need to complete the expansion of nuclear energy, preserve our energy self-sufficiency, and avoid destroying our land and water resources with massive wind turbine installations, as happened in Germany and Austria. With all the dramatic news concerning the condition of Druzhba pipeline or navigation of the Strait of Hormuz, in the end, it always becomes down to business. People like us, wiser or simple alike, may debate perspectives and technologies endlessly. Yet ultimately what will matter is ensuring that the real owners of Europe and the experts in extracting human resources can continue in maximizing their profits. For those of us gathered here together, it is important that expert opinions concerning energy self-sufficiency and making energy more affordable for households do not eventually become a threat to the experts themselves. Because every kilowatt generated on rooftop or in a backyard is a kilowatt that the big players will never be able to sell you again. Thank you.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pán Buzek. Yeah, Slovacky prišiel. I am very sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Buzek. It's very interesting that when we have pleased our partners give some time for today's speech, we have no idea that 90% you have absolutely same analysis, same idea about future European energy sovereignty. It's very interesting for me, and thank you very much. And we have now 3 persons, very important, and later we can discussing, and everyone can say what they have new conclusion after this today's symposium. Yes, after this very absolutely very interesting speeches. Now, Miss Katarina Ondrushova, municipal member parliament, MP,
Hello?
from the Zahori region, Zahorak, no, okay, region, and later,
It's part from Slovakia.
and leader of the National Petition Initiative advocating for a review at the World Farm Deployment Strategy in Slovakia. Deployment. It's absolutely interesting, yeah. And in discussing time, maybe we must have very quick discussion, because let I tell you why. Please, you can beginning.
Okay,
Miss
Hinek will be translation. And
okay, I will try it, but I am not a professional, so I will try it somehow.
Vážené dámy, vážení páni, nie som energetický expert.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am not an energy expert.
Ale zastupujem ľudí, ktorí poznajú a vedia, čo je ich domov.
But I am working for people. I'm here for the people who know what is their home and country.
K aktivizmu som sa dostala v roku 2020.
To those activities or activism even, I came in 1920.
Po oznámení, že nad našou dedinou má vyrásť 11 veterných turbín vysokých 270 metrov.
After the announcement that above our village there is a plan to build 11 wind turbines high about 250.
270.
270 meters. 207. We call it Frankenstein turbine. Yeah.
Keď idete do Rakúska na letisko, tí majú okolo 100 metrov.
If you go from Pressburg to from here from Bratislava to Austria, it is only 100 meters. Yeah. So it's 3 times more high.
Aktivistkou som sa nestala, pretože som to plánovala.
I did not plan to be a anti-wind activist.
Ale aktivistkou ma urobil štát a spôsob, akým sa dnes rozhoduje o ľuďoch a bez ľudí.
But the state administration has made the activist from me, namely the way how they behave to normal people in Slovakia.
Rokovala som v Bruseli, zapojila som sa do európskej petície proti veterným parkom.
She was at the meeting and negotiation in Brussels. She was active in European petition.
A spolupracujem s odborníkmi, vedcami.
And I cooperate with the experts, also with scientists.
A občanmi zo Slovenska aj zo zahraničia.
And people, normal citizens from Slovakia and from abroad.
Čím viac sa tejto téme venujem, tým viac vidím,
the more I'm interested and involved in this theme, I see,
že dnešná diskusia už dávno nie je len o energii.
Today's discussion is not only on energy.
Je to otázka zdravia,
it's a question of health,
zákonitosti,
law or consequences,
dôvery verejnosti a budúcnosti slovenskej krajiny.
The trust of the nation to the government.
A keď sa občan ozve a keď si dovolí položiť otázku,
and if any citizens have some questions or some objections,
okamžite dostane nálepku dezolát.
He is stigmatized by the word desolate or Russian agent and so on.
Yes, dezinformátor.
Disinformation.
A vedie hybridnú vojnu.
And he becomes a part of some hybrid war.
A viete, kto nás platí?
And do you know who pays us?
Naše vlastné rodinné rozpočty.
Our own family budgets.
No Putin, no.
No Putin, no Soros.
Obetujeme svoj čas, svoje rodiny.
We devote our time and families.
A často počúvam otázku, keď niekde idem.
And often I hear the question when I go somewhere.
Mami, kam zase ideš? Zase vrtule?
Mother, where are you going? Also the wind? The same time the wind?
Yes. Ale pýtať sa nie je dezinformácia. Pýtať sa je právo občana.
But there is a difference between the question and the disinformation. The citizen or any people has the right to have a question and to ask.
Kde sú nezávislé dlhodobé štúdie o zdraví ľudí žijúcich pri veterných turbínach?
Where are the independent long-time studies about people living under wind farms?
Kde sú reálne údaje o infrazvuku a nízkofrekvenčnom hluku?
Where are real data about some infrasound and low frequency sound, low frequency noise?
Kde sú otvorené verejné diskusie za jedným stolom s vedcami?
There are some open discussion with the real scientists, not ecological activists.
Lekármi, investormi a občanmi.
And the discussion between physicians, between investors or the people interested on this business, and normal people.
World Health Organization už v roku 2018 priznala,
World Health Organization declared in when
2018
in the year 2018
že veterné turbíny vytvárajú špecifický nízkofrekvenčný hluk a infrazvuk.
That wind turbines create some specific low frequency sound and noise and infrasound.
Zároveň však uviedla, že pri infrazvuku
at the same time they declares that the infrasound
stále neexistuje dostatok dôkazov na určenie bezpečných limitov.
There is no proofs or even no data to calculate, to declare some safety limits for infrasound.
A práve preto musí platiť princíp predbežnej opatrnosti.
And this is why we should be careful in advance. For example, like with nuclear devices and so on.
Ale nie princíp investorov, postavme to a uvidíme, čo to spôsobí za 10 rokov.
But not the principles of investors. They push, let's build it, and in 10 years we will see.
Slovensko pritom nie je krajina pred energetickým kolapsom.
Slovakia is not a country suffering of energy collapse or energy deficit.
Máme jadrovú energetiku, vodné elektrárne.
We have, I will specify it, Slovakia is about 70% of nuclear.
A vysoký
power in the mix and about 20% of water because they have Gabčíkovo dam and Černivách dams.
A vysoký podiel bezemisnej výroby elektriny.
And high ratio of emissionless energy production.
Slovensko je dnes energeticky stabilná a v mnohých obdobiach prebytková krajina.
Slovakia is now energetically stable and even surplus country. They export energy.
Ročne vyvážame významný objem elektriny.
Some part, significant part of energy produced, of emissionless energy from Slovakia is produced, and I add, even if they finish Mochovce, number 4, the exportation will go higher.
Sme husto obývaná krajina.
They are a country with a high density of population.
A preto je úplne legitímne pýtať sa,
and it's fully legitimate to ask,
či je naozaj potrebné meniť slovenský vidiek na priemyselnú zónu veterných parkov.
If it's really necessary or why it is necessary to change the Slovak country, the Slovak land, into the industrial zone producing wind farms.
Kvôli biznisu,
due to the business,
kvôli politickým cieľom,
due to the political goals,
keď dôsledky na ľudí, krajinu a kvalitu života dodnes nikto nevie jednoznačne garantovať.
When the impact for people, for the country and for the life of people, one cannot define what will be in the future.
Najväčší problém vidím v spôsobe, akým sa to celé predáva ľuďom.
The main problem is a manner how it is sold or pushed to the people in the country.
Investori chodia po dedinách ako podomoví predajcovia hrncov.
The investors walk around villages as people selling some pots or some home selling.
Sľubujú lacnú elektrinu, bohatstvo.
They promise the cheap energy. They promise people to be rich, to have money.
A Európska únia, že to prikázala.
And that it's forced by the law of European Union.
A ľuďom sa rozpráva rozprávka o záchrane planéty.
And some fairy tale about saving the planet is told to the people.
Ale o miliardovom biznise, dotáciách.
But the subsidies and the billion euro business is not mentioned.
O obchodných záujmoch a vyšších nákladoch v budúcich faktúrach za elektrínu sa nehovorí.
And also business interests or future invoices for electricity, including the regulated part for transportation.
Ľudia prestávajú veriť štátu.
People are slowly stopping to believe to the state.
Lebo vidia, že ich názor je často len divadlom pre verejnosť.
Because they see that their opinion is very often the theater for the population.
Napríklad teraz sme mohli podávať pripomienky k strategickému dokumentu o veterných parkoch.
For example, now we were allowed to give some remarks to the strategical document of the government concerning wind parks, wind farms.
Kde celú republiku dali do jedného strategického dokumentu pre výstavbu.
All the country, all the Slovak Republic was put as a whole into one strategic document.
Pripomienky sme mohli podávať do 13. mája vrátane, teda do polnoci.
The notes were allowed to be given to the state up to the 13th of May, up to midnight, the 13th of May.
A komisia ich prerokúvala.
And the commission discussed those remarks.
13. mája, ešte teda pred ukončením lehoty.
On the 13th of May, because before closing that time, it means before midnight.
Takýto postup vyvoláva vážne pochybnosti o tom,
this approach generates serious doubts.
Či boli všetky doručené pripomienky riadne vyhodnotené?
If all those notes and remarks from the people were seriously evaluated.
A či bolo verejnosti reálne umožnené vykonať jej procesné práva?
And if the population were allowed to apply their process rights.
Aký signál to vlastne vysielajú ľuďom?
What kind of signal do they transmit? It means the government to the people.
Že všetko je len fraška.
That everything is only a comedy.
Že náš názor je formalita.
That the opinion of the Slovak people is a formality.
A že všetko je rozhodnuté ešte skôr, než sa môžeme vyjadriť.
That everything is decided before people can even comment it or to do something.
A teraz poviem niečo, čo sa netýka len Slovenska, ale pomaly všetkých štátoch, kde investori sa snažia postaviť tú veternú elektráreň.
Now I will say something which doesn't touch only Slovakia, but all the countries where the investors or investment capital tries to build such devices.
Štát nielenže ignoruje vlastných občanov,
the state ignores their own citizens.
Ohýba vlastné zákony.
They turn around. They do not respect their own law.
Ale pod zámienkou zelenej politiky pošliapáva aj medzinárodné dohody.
But under the philosophy of green policy, it does not respect international law and international agreements.
Napríklad Aarhuský dohovor.
For example, AAUR agreement.
Dohovor o krajine.
The agreement on country or landscape.
Základné princípy európskeho práva vrátane smernice RED 3.
The basic principles of European law, including the directive which is called RED 3 and most of its articles.
My sa pýtame a neprestaneme sa pýtať.
We are asking and we don't stop to be asking.
Kto dal právo ničiť krásnu krajinu, ako je Slovensko?
Who gave the right to destroy a beautiful country like Slovakia?
V mene súkromného biznisu?
In the name of the private business?
Sme za pokrok a modernú energetiku.
We are for the progress and for the modern energy.
Ale nie na úkor zdravia ľudí a života na vidieku.
But not in contradiction with the health and with the life and living environment of people living in the country.
Veríme v rozumnú cestu.
We believe to the reasonable way.
Vyrábať elektrínu tam, kde sa aj spotrebuje.
To produce electricity on the place and in the time when it is consumed.
Nie meniť slovenské regióny na priemyselné zóny pre zisky investorov.
Not to change Slovakia into industrial zones only for sake of the profit of the investors.
My sami doma máme vrt, zem, voda.
We have at home we have how to say vrt. We have a drill. We have a drill. Water and heating.
And solárne a zelenú strechu.
And solar panels and the green roof.
Nechceli by sme sa dožiť toho.
We don't want to see the situation.
Pokiaľ nebudú preskúmané škodlivé účinky veterných elektrární.
Until the harm which is making the wind turbines could be carefully explored.
Aby nám jedného dňa povedali, prepáčte, pomýlili sme sa.
That one day they can say to us, we are sorry, we were mistaken.
Ako sme to prednedávnom počuli z úst, alebo teda by som to povedala, z Európskej únie.
As we have heard it in European Commission or for example German nuclear energy.
Práve tento omyl uvrhol nemeckú ekonomiku do obrovských problémov.
This mistake makes very deep problems to the German economics and industry.
Aj značnú časť Európy.
And also a significant part of Europe.
Tak sa na záver pýtam.
And my final question is,
kto poniesie trestnoprávnu a morálnu zodpovednosť za omyl?
who will bear the, how to say, trestně právní? Responsibility, but trestně právní is crime responsibility. Legal responsibility even in the same of the crime.
S prehnaným budovaním veterných zdrojov.
It's overpushed building of wind farms.
Za poškodené zdravie ľudí, zničenú krajinu.
For the harm for people's health, for the destroyed country.
A dôsledky, ktoré už nebude možné vrátiť späť.
And the irreversible consequences of such behavior.
Musíme si uvedomiť,
we must take into account,
že je jedno, na ktorú stranu sme orientovaní.
That it's not important on which side are we oriented in the political sense.